Hepinize günaydın.
Good morning, all. We would like to welcome you to our conference, Istanbul 1914-1922, War, Collapse, Occupation, and the History of Resistance. Today and tomorrow we will have very distinguished panelists with us. More than 20 panelists will be with us delivering their presentations. I would like to thank our scientific committee, the organization committee, all our panelists, and all our moderators. Likewise, we would like to thank the French Embassy, the US Consulate, Etkiniz EU program, and Friedrich Ebert Stiftung for their generous support of the conference. Before we proceed with the panel sessions, I would like to make a short reminder. We will be live broadcasting this conference. All presentations, including the Q&A session, will be live streamed through the YouTube channel of the Hrant Dink Foundation, as well as our social media accounts. If our audience are concerned about being in the footage, you may also follow the sessions in the foyer. There will also be simultaneous English-Turkish interpretation. If you need interpretation services, you can also take your headsets from the foyer. And we would like to thank all our viewers and participants, those also watching us online. And on that note, I would like to invite Ms. Raquel Dink, President of the Hrant Dink Foundation, for her opening remarks.
Günaydın.
Good morning. Distinguished guests, dearest friends, coming together face to face in healthy days is wonderful and it's precious. I would like to welcome you all to our conference. As the Hrant Dink Foundation, since 2009, we have been holding international conferences to explore socio-economic characteristics of various regions. To the extent possible, we visit those regions and we make collaborations with the local actors and local authorities there. Because of the COVID pandemic, we could not hold face-to-face conferences for 2 years. And this year we are resuming our conference sessions where we will also be live streaming. This year we chose Istanbul as the main topic of the conference. Here we also wanted to include panelists who can tell us narratives other than the official discourse. So we have historians, sociologists, university students, and academics, as well as practitioners. Our ultimate aim is to provide a platform for new studies, which will help us to better understand the past. And we would like to also contribute to democratization agenda. As Jesus Christ said, then you will know the truth, and truth will set you free. During this conference, we will be elaborating on the past and present of Istanbul. And as we will be doing so, one cannot help but question of the people whose doors were knocked on April 24th. How many people were rounded up on April 24th? How many people had to live in fear? So every social and economic events would leave their psychological impact too. Many years ago, I listened to a speaker about the lure and lethality of lies. Just one example, in Russia, in order to hunt wolves, they would put blood around the swords and they would stick the helm into the war, and then the wolf would be deceived, lick its own blood and cut its own tongue and will ultimately die. So this is a very good illustration of the journey of denial. Knowing the truth is very important. Unfortunately, we are holding this conference where dozens of our friends are in jail for speaking out the truth. I would like to thank all our colleagues, scientific committee members, primarily Professor Ayhan Aktar, for their generous contribution to this conference, and I would like to once again thank all our panelists and participants. We would like to thank Raquel Dink, and now we will proceed with the opening intervention, opening speech by Mr. Ayhan Aktar. His intervention is titled "My Pasha, Why Did We Enter to This War?" And Professor Aktar is also the head of the scientific committee of this conference.
Şimdi oldu mu? Tamam.
I believe you can hear me right now. Yes, on June 28, 1914 is the day that marked the beginning of the First World War. Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated along with his wife, which paves the way for the war, which was followed by Germany, Austria-Hungary, Ottoman Empire, and Bulgaria allying with one another. And on the other hand, we have UK, France, and Tsarist Russia and Italy. Of course, this assassination had its repercussions in the Ottoman capital. However, the real efforts to try to be part of this alliance indeed started in March 1914. We would like to also look into what happened before the past, because the Ottoman Empire lost 83% of its territories in Rumelia and 69% of its population. And of course, this has caused a significant trauma. And after the war, during the peace negotiations, after the Balkan Wars, in 1913, during the peace negotiations, there was a hearsay that Edirne, Adrianopol, will be left to Bulgarians. And Enver Bey, who hears about this, starts working on a plot, and he comes to the Ottoman administration house, and together with his fedais, he would just raid into the building, and Nazım Pasha, the war minister of the time, walks over the fedais, and he was also being killed. And later on, Kamil Pasha resigns. Interpreters cannot hear as the microphone is switched off.
Savaşı'nın etkileri Avrupa'da hissedilir. Avrupa devletleri etrafa bakıp bu Osmanlı çöküyor galiba noktasına geliyor. Ve bu noktada Şark vilayetlerinde islahat olarak adlandırılan yeni bir yapılanmaya zorlamak amacıyla talepleri dile getirirler. Bu dönmüyor. Mouse'la mı yapacağız? Şuradan yapsam olmuyor mu? Okey. Peki. Oluyor. Öyle mi? Peki. Tamam. Doğu bölgelerinde, Doğu Anadolu...
In eastern regions, eastern part of Ottoman Empire, there was the discussions about Islahat, reform and reorganization, which was first discussed during the Berlin Congress. And according to the 61st article of Berlin Agreement, the Ottoman government accepted to make a commitment for reform and reorganization in provinces with Armenian population, and to also guarantee safety and security of Armenians against the backdrop of Circassians and Kurds. And in the second half of the 19th century, there was the other issue of the land, and through a land reform, the right to have private property was recognized. And through this way, the tribal culture of the eastern provinces were challenged, as the tribes have also now become taxpayers. Then all the meadows and pastures were registered as the property of the populations, so they have become landlords. And as they became landlords, as Kurdish tribes became landlords, many agricultural workers, Armenians, Syrians, Assyrians, they also lost their lands, because these lands were then registered on the landlords. And many of the local population involved in agriculture activities, they left Eastern Anatolia, they left for the US and Russia. And in this way, Eastern Anatolia and its demographic started change, along with taxation policies, along with these pressures and looting, and it also marks the start of the process of seizing of properties. And this is how Armenian political organizations start to get organized, and they also make efforts to take up arms. And around that time, Abdülhamid has a project that he wanted to use Kurds as a buffer zone against a possible Tsarist Russia move in Eastern Anatolia. However, the villagers, Armenian, Assyrian and Kurdish villagers, would think that they would be able to rescue themselves from these pressures. And in those days, apparently, there were certain clashes. However, villagers had friendly relations. There were also certain exceptions, that there were some people and groups who could exert their pressure, and then there were others who had to suffer because of this pressure. In other words, Kurdish, Turkish and Armenian villagers. This is an account of Mehmet Celal Bey, who was appointed as the governor to Erzurum. After 1908, after the constitutional period, not much has been done, apparently, but local people and civic actors of the time, they start making reports and submitting this report to the capital. They take record of the number of monasteries, churches, cemeteries. They register 13 monasteries, 27 churches, and more than 7,000 properties. By the way, these numbers do not include smaller plots of lands that are smaller than 100 hectares. After 1912, the Ottoman government allocates a certain fund in order for compensation to be paid to these villagers. However, with the outbreak of the Balkan Wars, the funds allocated for compensation had to be reallocated towards spendings. Meanwhile, Sazano, a Russian foreign minister of the time, asks for reform in eastern provinces. And he was particularly concerned about two issues. There are Armenians in eastern Anatolia, and there are also Armenians in the Caucasus under our administration. So if there is certain revolt by Armenians in eastern Anatolia, then we will also feel the impact in our Russian territories. So this would be a matter of national security concern for Russia. And then Ottoman Safirs, Turhan Pasha, also reports that to the capital. And in 1913, summer, Austria, Germany, France, UK, Italy, Russia, their diplomatic corps convened in Yeniköy at the summer residence of Austrian embassy. And during that meeting in 1913, they discussed the 6 provinces in the eastern part of the Ottoman Empire. They decide on appointing a foreigner inspector to these provinces, that there would be equal numbers of Armenians and Muslims in administrative and military cadres. Also, Armenians and Muslims will have equal share in security forces and the city councils. This was followed by negotiations. Cavit Bey, the Minister of Finance of the time, was in Paris in an attempt to find loans, and he had a meeting with Count Alexander Izvolsky, the Russian ambassador in Paris, and Cavit Bey tells Izvolsky about his opinion about this Eastern Reformation plan. So he asks a kinder approach from the Russian part. So this project to be implemented in eastern provinces may also be implemented in Arab provinces, in other words, in the province of Syria of the time. So because of all these pressures and seizing of properties and massacres, the Armenian leadership comes up with a proposal at the Armenian Council. They decide to seek foreign support, and in 1912, December 21st, they make a decision approved by all Armenian parties and organizations that they will take this reform discussion to the attention of the international community. And in a very short period of time, Catholicos of Ejmiadzin, Kevork V, applies to the general governor of Russia in Caucasus, and in this way they ask the Russian administration to also take ownership of the Armenian question and to help Armenians raise the issue before European states. And now we can see that during the reform negotiations, Talat Bey, the interior minister of the time, starts negotiating with high-level Armenian politicians were also members of the CUP, and during these discussions, Talat Bey makes certain recommendations, almost threatening that that Armenians should give up on this support. So these negotiations, unfortunately, do not result in any progress. We can see that the tension was rising, and Yeniköy agreement was signed on 8th of February 1914. It was signed by Said Halim Pasha and also Charge d'Affaires of Russia in Istanbul, Konstantin Gulkevich. So this is the this agreement is also known as the Şark Islahatı, East Reformation in the Eastern Provinces. It has 6 articles, 6 provisions. Eastern Anatolia will be divided in 2 administrative parts. There will be general inspectors. They will be overseeing all administrative and judicial affairs. All public documents will be drafted in local languages, Armenian, Turkish, and Kurdish. City councils will have members, and membership will be on an equal basis. There will be equal numbers of Armenian deputies and Muslim deputies. I mean, of course, this is a very harsh plan for capital, for Istanbul in 1913 or 1914, and this document also clearly limits Ottoman sovereignty in eastern provinces. But what was the reason for this plan to be signed? The lobbying activities started by Boz Nubar Pasha could convince the British, French, and Russian dignitaries of the time. And through that, the loan agreement could be offered to Turkey. If you look into the memoirs of Vahan Papazyan, as a result of this pressure, Ottomans understood that they would not be able to receive any loans from Europeans, and this obliged them to sign these Eastern Provinces Reformation Plan. And then there was also a certain threat from Russia. Russia said, unless you sign the plan, we will be entering your territories. And this is how Armenians saw Russia as a savior or a guarantor for the Armenian communities in eastern provinces. But there is yet another serious problem at that time. Russian industrialization at the time completely relied on the grain transported via vessels passing the straits. And in 1912, Russia's exports reduced 30% because of the Balkan Wars, with significant reduction of Russia's export revenues. And against the backdrop of these tensions, Russia wanted to have a regime that would keep the straits open for exports and for a vessel passage. Mahmut Şevket Pasha had an agreement with Germans around the same time. And as a result, General Limon von Sanders and German military officers arrived in Turkey, which was a major concern with Russia too. After this, there was a meeting of military council where a decision was taken that if there would be the need, military officers would be prepared for any possible landing on the straits. This was a decision by the Russian Security Council of the time, and they would both prepare the army, and they would also allocate up to 50,000 rubles for invading the Istanbul Strait. Meanwhile, when we look into the memoirs of Kazım Karabekir Bey, he hints that Europeans already shared this intelligence about Russian plans to Ottomans. And no one really talks about the Russian-Ottoman War of 1878. People would only talk about Ayastefanos agreement, but Ayastefanos is today's Yeşilköy, which means that Russians came all the way to Yeşilköy 18 days after the start of the First World War. Ottoman officers blew up a Russian monument which was installed in Ayastefanos in Yeşilköy, as Russians constructed this monument during their advance in Ayastefanos. Then comes a very interesting occasion. Russian Chars would normally travel to Yalta to their summer dochas. That summer they went to Yalta docha. And every time Tsar visits Crimea, an Ottoman official would be dispatched to Crimea to extend greetings of the Sultan, and this time Talat Bey was dispatched to Crimea and they meet Tsar. Next day there is luncheon, and on Ertuğrul vessel. And during that luncheon, Talat raises the question, how would you see allying with the Ottoman Empire? So in a way, Talat Bey made an effort to somehow reverse Ayastefanos' agreement that was signed recently. And Sazonov was taken by surprise, and he complains that what was the reason for the Ottoman government to wait for so long to offer alliance to Russia? But on the other hand, a Russian ambassador to Istanbul takes this seriously. Later on, 2 inspectors were appointed, Westeneng from the Netherlands and Hork from Sweden. Westeneng was previously an administrator in Indian Islands.
Şunu götüreyim mi? Bunu götüreyim mi?
Pardon. Bu iki müfettiş İstanbul'a
These 2 inspectors are appointed to serve in Istanbul. They arrived at Sirkeci train station, and the diplomat who came to pick them up advised them not to be so publicly visible out there, and they should not have frequent contacts with the embassy. This was followed by negotiations about the scope of inspectors' mandate, and later on, around May 1914, it became clear that the Ottoman government was indeed making things quite difficult for them. For instance, they don't really pay for the hotel and accommodation expenses of these inspectors. These inspectors needed advisors, yet the Committee of Union and Progress members would put their friends as their advisors. And Westeneng was more like a diplomat, so he continued negotiations. On the other hand, Hof would go to Trabzon and then to Bitlis.
And then one governor, Tahsin Bey, receives an instruction from Istanbul to assist this person called Hof, coming from Istanbul, and the first reaction was to ask whether there would be a reception ceremony for this person, and the person does not really want to do this. What does this really mean, you might wonder? Now, the Ottoman bureaucracy acted in harmony with the local authorities and resisted this reform. The same guy, Tahsin, 1 year later, during the Armenian genocide, was to assume a very active role. Microphone, please.
Kariyerleri peki bunun pili az. Evet. Fiyasko ile sonuçlandı.
So it ends up in fiasco, and then Talat Bey says there is a war starting in Europe, and for this war we don't need to do anything, any reforms. You should go back to the Netherlands, and you need to follow up on what's going on from your home. And at the end of the day, what happens is, at the end of December, 28th of December 1914, this establishment is annulled, and these inspectors are recalled, and they're no longer active out there in the field. Now let's go back a little. This assassination in Sarajevo, Kazım Karabakir, responsible for intelligence, is in Paris when this assassination takes place, and realizes the gravity of the situation, and gets back to Istanbul and tells Enver Pasha that, you know, that is the, or asks whether there's an alliance with the Germans, and by looking at these relations, we thought there was an alliance. The Germans know our operational plans and so on and so forth, and the answer is no. We don't have any such formal alliance, and that is true. At first, there is no such official alliance. The second constitutional period is being celebrated at the Levant farm. There's a progression, and Wolfgangenheim, the ambassador, German ambassador, talks to high-ranking officers of the Ottoman forces and says, "I've talked with my counterparts. The Kaiser has been convinced we can initiate this alliance formally." So at that time, actually 1 week before that incident, Cemal Pasha went to France, and they also proposed alliance to them, but they didn't take up on the offer. He came back to Istanbul quite demoralized, and the fact that the Germans accepted this proposal of an alliance was a lifeline for the Unionists. And everyone is not feeling like Enver or Talat. Cavit Bey, for instance, on the 2nd of August goes to the office of Said Halim Pasha and feels that something is amiss. The interpreter of the German embassy is there and asks what is going on, and they say that they cannot say because they're under oath. The minister asks the question, and the other minister says they cannot answer the question. And then Said Halim Pasha reads out the articles of alliance, and Cavit Bey first of all remains silent, and then he thinks to himself, and in the face of the Russian incursion, says that Turkey is unable to react, and that the country would end in ruins, and the Ottoman Empire would be obliterated from the face of the map. And Talat Bey says, so what? This has been done, it has already been signed, and that's how it's supposed to be. And of course, he puts this in his diary. This is quite a vital matter for the state, and this is the attention that they have spared to this incident. So he's quite critical of how this decision came to pass. And after this decision, a series of interesting events take place. The next day, mobilization is announced, and state of emergency is announced, and the civilian realm begins to shrink. And Enver Pasha is at the helm of this process, and he becomes nothing short of a dictator as a result. And Yasemi, historian, diplomacy historian, microphone please.
Arkasından
And then circumvents the issue to instigate this internal coup.
çok sağ ol. Kağıt üstünde
And on paper, the Ottoman monarchical system is a constitutional monarchy. There's a constitution, there's the Sultan, there's the assembly. The assembly is responsible for legislation. The Sultan is responsible for approving a piece of legislation. There's a government. But since January 13, this is not in place. There's a coup government. And the so-called government runs the show. The CUP government reports to CUP bureaucrats and members of the armed forces, and that's what they do. And the Grand National Assembly is on recess after this mobilization, and Enver Pasha establishes a unit and says and everything will be dealt from here, the correspondence of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for instance, and this proves quite controversial. This concentration of power is like a triumvirate. Enver Talat Pasha are actually Halil Menteşe, Speaker of the Parliament. This is the triumvirate. These three act in harmony, and Sadrazam is quite malleable. Said Halim Pasha is quite malleable, and the opposition has been largely silenced. So you see the triumvirate here: Talat Halil and Said Halim Pasha. Now, and members of the armed forces, they say, yes, there's this mobilization, but we're not ready for warfare. Our troops are not trained enough. We don't have rifles, artillery, ammunition. So you need to at least give us 8 months so that we can prepare for warfare. And on the 8th of August, after this agreement, alliance agreement, which was actually kept secret, and people were under oath to not reveal it. In Tallinn newspaper, Ziya Gökalp publishes an article about how Turkey's ambitions are quite high, and it's actually warmongering, and this is shared with Talat Pasha, and his instructions was to actually not publish such articles. Talat Pasha calls them up, and I mean the high-ranking officers of the armed forces in the general staff, and so they're told not to publish such articles. We need to prepare the public for war. That is our responsibility, is the response that they get. In Bandırma, two MPs, CUP MPs, organized a conference, and at that time the Major Cafer Bey says that if we go into war, it would be a catastrophe. Again, this guy is sort of admonished by the Istanbul administration Mustafa Kemal Bey is an attaché militaire in Bosnia at the time, and this is the letter he sends to Salih Bozok. We should not side with the Germans because they are fighting at two fronts, and it is not possible for them to win this war. And I do not believe in a German triumph, he says. And in the same letter, or a similar letter, is also sent to Rüştü Aras Bey, a longer version, and he says we should not side with anyone, and doctor does what he does. He does his best, but nevertheless they do not really achieve anything. And then a couple of years later, Mustafa Kemal writes a telegram from Sivas to Istanbul, and this is the final part, which is quite interesting. 4 months prior to our entering the war, they announced that they wanted to establish an Armenian state in contravention with the interests of the Ottoman government, and as per the secret agreements of Bolsheviks, Istanbul was going to be given to Russia. That's why it was unavoidable for us to enter this war. So February 14 Erenköy agreement was actually a very important turning point for CUP, and this agreement, in order not to implement this agreement, they actually entered this war, is what we can surmise. Now, Göben and Breslau, these came to the Istanbul port. These fled the British fleet. People thought, but no, Enver Pasha wanted these to be sent, and Kaiser Wilhelm sent these. So there's a huge diplomatic furore when these vessels arrive, and they say that they purchased these vessels, and the staff are Ottoman servicemen, they say. But you see, I mean, how Germans put on fez on their heads and got these photographs taken, and all of a sudden they become local, they become Ottoman troops. Now, this shift is observed by the other side, and the Brits. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to do something, because you know, Turkey is sliding towards German. But yes, we are going to respect your territorial integrity. Let's guarantee that, and also on top of that, let us make a special arrangement. Because you know, this mobilized army will come at a cost. We will also cover that cost so that you do not enter the war. And in contravention with diplomatic inclinations, the London embassy of the Ottoman Empire, when he's on his way to Istanbul, he's seen off by Lord Grey, and this offer is repeated once again at the train station, and the ambassador comes to Istanbul, talks to the Sadrazam, and this is the answer: they are way too late. We have reached a certain level of advancement. We are going to take back Egypt, and we're going to break the chain imposed on us by Britain. And Said Halim Pasha is the grandson of Kavalada Pasha, and you know, conquest of Egypt actually sounds quite attractive to him. And about Germany, there's a lot of correspondence at the time, and 3 days after the alliance, Enver Pasha goes, and hundreds of ammunition, artillery, and so on and so forth is requested from the Germans, and the General Staff talks to Krupp, so that all these ammunitions can be gathered. But here's the problem that they're confronted with, which is no small feat. From Germany to Austria, Hungary, and then to Bulgaria, and then to Turkey. This is how it's going to come. Romania and Bulgaria are still not a part of the war. And how is this ammunition, how are these weapons going to cross their territory? And this territory is full of Russian spies, so this is a huge problem, and that's why things cannot move very fast. And you know, bribery is involved, and Bulgarians are to be convinced to enter the war. And the attaché in Berlin, Hasan Cemil Bey, colonel, is in direct talks with the German General Staff. And at first, things are quite nice, but things turn down south when Germans are at an advantage. Ottoman colonels ask for 8 months. They want to go into war in spring, but Germans want them to enter war immediately. And in terms of preparedness, you need weapons and ammunition, and that is hard to come by. So this is the impasse that they find themselves in. Now, right after this, what happens is, when it comes to weapons and ammunition, there's slow progress when it comes to weapons and ammunition, and they make the ultimate decision to enter the war. And Cavit Bey, at that time, in order to prevent this foray, as the financial affairs minister, sort of diminishes funds for the army, and Enver Pasha wants 2 million Ottoman gold coins and says, I can only give you 500,000. I wasn't involved in the decision for the mobilization, is what he says. And obviously, salaries of high-ranking officers are paid in half at that time. And at the beginning of this presentation, I shared the question with you, my Pasha, why did we enter this war? And this is Falih Rıfkı Bey and Yakup Kadri. And they actually asked this question on their way to Büyükada, when they were having dinner in Büyükada. My Pasha, could you please tell us why we entered this war? To find funds, we had to do this in order to keep on going, because our coffers were empty, is what he said. So yes, this is one of the reasons. Cavit Bey, despite all his efforts, entering the war, like I said previously, one of the watershed moments was in February 14, the Yeniköy agreement. Cemal Pasha, in his memoirs, says that due to the resistance of the Russians, we wanted to, also tear apart the Eastern Anatolia agreement. That's why we entered this war. So this is how Ottomans entered the war, and young officers who became the founders of the Republic, İsmet İnönü was one of them. How they perceived this? I think this process left a residue in their heads. İsmet Pasha, in his memoirs, says that it was possible not to enter the first war. We could have delayed it even further, he says. We should have protected ourselves more, and militaristically, there was no rationale for us to enter the First World War. This was indefensible, he says. The Germans lost the war, and then we joined them after Mann, he says. So this attitude is actually seen again. And he says the parliament didn't know. It was just a triumvirate that made this decision, he says in his memoirs, which is quite significant. Democratic processes, when they are hindered or impeded, people at the top, their dreams, their ambitions are at the helm. These big dreams cost millions of people's lives, and this is used as a pretext. And 21, 24, 61, 82 constitutions. In all of these constitutions, it says that the decision for war should be taken at the parliament level, which is no coincidence. Yes, the founders of the republic, the elites, may not say this a lot, but the First World War, entering the First World War, is the reason behind all these articles in these consecutive Turkish constitutions. And finally, allow me to share this quite sad story with you. The book called Zeytin Dağı by Falih Rıfkı Atay, his memoirs of the First World War, in 15 the Palestine front collapses, the train comes back to Turkey. A mother shouts out to the soldiers in the train, "Have you seen my Ahmed?" And the mother, the train is en route to Istanbul, but the mother shows the other direction and says, "This is where my son went." Fahri Ufkı says the Anatolia is looking for his Ahmet. Why did we do away with Ahmet? What have we won as a result? How can we make this mother proud? But unfortunately, we lost Ahmet as a result of a bet. Now, more than 250,000 troops lost their lives, and also 1.5 million people became ill. They fled the army. They were lost, and also 400,000 people were maimed at the end of the war. So the decision to enter the war, and this is the human cost of the decision to enter the war. And I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
İkinci şeyin katılımcılarını bekleyelim, değil mi?
Evet. Şimdi ilk panelimize başlıyoruz. Savaş ve sonuçları. Oturum Başkanı Ayşe.
Yes, moving on with the next panel. The chairperson Ayşe Kadıoğlu, Hilmar Kaiser, and Ken Schul are kindly invited to the stage. Hello everyone, welcome to the first panel of the day. We will be talking about the war and its implications for Turkey. Bertolt Brecht, when he was on exile in Denmark, wrote his Swedenborg poems. This is between 37 and 39, the darkest time, as he called it. And at that time, he wrote a poem, and he asks a question. The poem is entitled Motto, and this is what he says. At dark times, should one sing? And he responds to this question, and he says, yes, one should sing, but that song should be a song about darkness. And this time of war is the darkest time of the empire, the Ottoman Empire. This is how I see it. This is how people usually describe it in the literature, as far as I can tell. So after the war, there's this explosion of energy, almost like the energy we saw after the announcement of constitutional monarchy in arts. We see this as well. In this panel, we will talk about the war and its implications, the darkest time and its aftermath. About the darkness, this panel will be about that darkness and its aftermath. We have esteemed speakers joining us, and I'm going to introduce them to you in English.
Our first speaker is Hilmar Kaiser, an old friend of Hrant Dink Foundation. He's a historian. His research focuses on Ottoman social and economic history, Ottoman-German relations. He's the author of many books and articles. I'm just going to mention a few of them, especially one that we're all very familiar with. He's the author of The Annihilation of Armenians in Diyarbakır, Diyarbakır, the Ermeni Kıyımı, Istanbul Bilgi University Press, an invaluable archival work. He's also the author, in collaboration with Luther and Nancy Eskiciyan, of At the Crossroads of Deir Zor, That Survival and Humanitarian Resistance in Aleppo. He's the co-editor of The End of the Ottomans, The Genocide of 1915, and The Politics of Turkish Nationalism. His paper today is titled Constantinople and Armenian Resistance. Let me also go ahead and introduce Kent Schul, our second speaker, so that we don't have too much interruption in between. Kent Schul is also an historian. He is a professor at the Department of History at State University of New York at Binghamton. And he's also a book series editor for the Edinburgh Studies on the Ottoman Empire, the Edinburgh University Press. His research and teaching interests include the social and cultural history of the Ottoman Empire and modern Middle East, criminal justice, Middle East diaspora studies, Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and forced migration in the Middle East and North Africa region. He's the author of Prisons in the Late Ottoman Empire, Microcosms of Modernity, a 2014 publication. He's the co-editor of Law and Legality in the Ottoman Empire and Republic of Turkey, and among others, he's also the co-editor of Living in the Ottoman Realm, Sultans, Subjects, and Elites. His paper today is entitled Prisons in Occupied Istanbul, 1918-22, Politicized Sites of Civilizational Fitness. Our speakers each have 20 minutes, after which we will have your questions, both online and those of you who are present with us here. So let me turn to Hilmar Kaiser now. The floor is yours, Hilmar, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Talking about Armenian resistance in COP Istanbul, Constantinople, is difficult. There are very few works on it. One may mention Raymond Kevorkian's History of the Armenian Genocide, some of my own works, then Armenian memoirs like Shavash Misakian's, Zabn der Gergiarians, the Patriarch's memoirs, and Arsha Virshiragian's, one of the chief militants of Nemesis. We have the memoirs of COP police officials like Ali Riza Ege, Mustafa Reshat Mimaroğlu, and Cemil Filmar. These people turn up also in later papers. On the archival side, it is very limited. There are some documents in the British Foreign Office archives, in the US State Department archives, the reports of Ambassador Morgenthau, and then Armenian material has survived. In the Ministry of Interior archives, there is surprisingly little. This is because the files of the Istanbul Directorate for Public Security, that's the one focusing on security in the capital, have not been catalogued or released. We simply don't know where they are. Allegedly, they're still in the archives of the Ministry of Interior in Ankara. So how was security organized in Istanbul? First of all, we have to accept that the borders of Istanbul, administrative borders, were entirely different in security perspective than you might expect. The outer perimeter was Eskişehir. So the first security cordon around Istanbul was Eskişehir, where travelers were intercepted, but also travelers who had a permit to go to Istanbul were searched, body searched. And this was not done by the police or the security forces as such, by Ottoman general staff officers who belonged to the military intelligence. One of them was Ahmet Refik Bey, who in January 1919 wrote a little bit about it. The second cordon was at Haydarpaşa station. That is, if you arrive in Haydarpaşa, you were searched. After that, there was a third hurdle. That was basically the landing piers in Galata and Sirkeci. So it was a very tight security by which the COP tried to prevent undesirables and, more importantly, also undesirable information to reach the capital. At the same time, areas like Adapazarı and Izmit were part of the operational field of Constantinople security. So officials of the Istanbul Public Security Department were persecuting, torturing, hunting down and eliminating Armenian oppositional figures in Izmit and also in Adapazarı. In fact, when the numbers of detained and to be processed, in quotation marks, Armenians exceeded the capacity of detention centers in Istanbul, the Armenian quarter in Izmit, which had been emptied, the Armenians had been deported, became a detention and processing centers. We know this from modern other places in modern history very well. So torturing and other aspects were farmed out, but the personnel was the same. In fact, the head of the Istanbul prison was in charge of these operations. The Istanbul security had a political department, the Kismi Siyasi, and this and within the Kismi Siyasi, you had the second department, which was responsible for Armenians. The head was Mustafa Reşat Mimaoğlu, who later had the Ziraat Bankası in Kemalist times. Again, these people operated very closely with military intelligence, but they were from a personnel perspective, in 1914, very weak, just 4 people and a few officials. Importantly, we should not think about this as a simple police operation, as repressive as it might have been. It was at the same time also a terrorist organization. Cemil Filmer, we learn later about him, in his memoirs described that this department had 40 hitmen. These were Chetes, COP Chetes from the former Balkan territories, who were sent out every day to liquidate people. And when they came back, they were sitting around the oven in winter and cleaning their guns. So this gives you a kind of idea that you don't get into the false impression that this was just a normal police operation. The Armenian repression started in August 1914 when the Hinchagian party started, or parts of the Hinchagian party started, an ill-fated attempt to assassinate Talat. In effect, police spies had been part of the decision and voted for the killing of Talat. They were apprehended in August 1914 in Gedikpaşa, but this then led to a downward trend for the Armenian political organizations. Later in August, special organization leader Bahattin Shakir basically betrayed the Ottoman plans to the ARF, Armenian Revolutionary Federation, Taşnak Tütün in Erzurum, when he asked them to join the Ottoman war effort for basically nothing. He had nothing to offer. They refused, and after that, Talat Pasha ordered the close supervision of all Armenian political parties and organizations. Part of this supervision or investigation was a list of 610 Armenian political figures or suspected Armenian political figures, which became the shopping list for April 24, 1915. By that time, boutique killings, that means targeted killings of individual Armenians all over the empire, started. In November, Tahsin Bey, Tahsin Uza, we heard earlier from Ayhan about him, the Teşkilat-ı Masusa leader, together with Bahattin Shakir at Erzurum and Supervali for the eastern provinces, demanded the extermination of the Armenian political figures in the eastern provinces, elimination of the party as such. We speak about thousands of people. By January, the governors in the eastern provinces talked about extermination of Armenians as such, speak genocide. The Armenian strategy by the political parties, especially Tashnaktsut, was de-escalation, not giving any kind of pretext for sharper measures, and they told their people to stand down, defend yourself, basically sacrifice yourself for the benefit of the larger community. The opposite side, the governors escalated, and by April 19, Tahsin Bey announced that the time had come to implement genocidal measures. In Bolis, the security apparatus prepared the arrest of Armenian leaders. The arrest was underway by April 23, and it was executed on the evening of April 24. Here we go. The ARF in Van, this is very important, on the last day before the battle in Van started, the self-defense started, sent out messengers to inform the center in Constantinople that they are now take resort to armed resistance because there was no way out. They announced a last stand. One of these messengers got through to Istanbul, and this report was then later even sent outward. So the ARF had a very good communication network that worked well into May and was able, despite the measures earlier described, to inform Istanbul on what was going on in the province. The arrest on April 24, about 235 people were arrested, very few escaped, few were mistaken identities, and the security apparatus considered it as a big success. This is important. The security hired municipal buses, the ones who drive around the city during the day, and went through the neighborhoods and collected the Armenian leaders. This is extremely important because if Turkish propaganda today would be right, Turkish propaganda is just a continuation of Ottoman COP propaganda of World War I, would be correct that there was an Armenian revolution imminent, you don't drive around in municipal buses and collect the entire leadership. The leadership would have been underground and would have been protected. This fact escapes until today mainstream Turkish historiography, which chooses to ignore the evidence. At the same time, we have to be a little bit critical about April 24 as the day of commemoration. It is doubtful that April, in my view, that April 24 was really the beginning of a genocide, of the genocide. Certain leaders like Zohrab and Vate Serengelian, a top ARF leader, were left free and were allowed to conduct negotiations. You don't do that if you want to wipe them out altogether. This ended on May 21st with the arrest of these two gentlemen and the implementation of the overall deportation of the Armenian population and extermination. So April 24, I don't call for removal of April 24 as a day of commemoration, but one should be careful about it. It reflects the catastrophe of the Armenian elite in Istanbul, not the catastrophe of the Armenian people. The arrest destroyed the ARF structure in Constantinople, but the few survivors immediately started reorganizing, and they focused on several points. First of all, the diplomatic efforts to release of the arrested. Second, relief for the families of the arrested. They needed money. Thirdly, reorganizing the underground military wing for self-defense. And securing papers, that means the party papers from which has not been seized from detection by the security apparatus. The leader of the ARF became Shavash Misakyan. He was just 28 years old, and his followers, or basically collaborators, were mostly teenagers, very young adults, and women. This shows you in how far the Ottoman intelligence had wiped out the political infrastructure of the party. Educational-wise, most of the people were working-class people, some were almost illiterate, some were Robert College graduates. The relief effort was important because it provided a cover for communications and meetings. And initially, they had planned to organize a self-defense in case there would be an attack on the Armenian population itself, but that was given up like anywhere else, almost anywhere else in the Ottoman realm, because they could not prevent the population. So they focused on intelligence work. That means they wanted to bring in information from the outside, at the same time providing information to the outside. This information focused on the massacres, deportation, and extermination of Armenians, and also a fourth element, hiding Armenians. Young Armenians went into hiding. According to Ashevir Shiragian, 15,000 survived underground, while by August 1915, 5,000 had been already arrested and sent off to the interior, which almost was equal to almost certain death. The organization rudimentary organization Istanbul built up a network all the way to Aleppo. Deportees in Aleppo organized, and militants in Aleppo organized a resistance network which was hiding behind relief. Within the Baghdad railway administration, the ARF cell had survived, protected by Germans, and provided critical communication facilities. These people made people disappear while they were on railway deportation. They transported information into the center, and were instrumental in basically organizing the survival of people like Teotik, Grigorius Balakian. So a lot of the intellectuals who survived World War I, or Aram Andonian, of course, were survivors because, oh God, okay, I have to cut it through. So the information they collected was also received by the Patriarchate. Misakyan was in contact with the Patriarchate through Shiragian. This information was sent to the Balkans, to Sofia, where the Balkan Committee of the ARF produced 7 memoranda. These memoranda ended up already by 1916 in the publication of Arnold Toynbee, and also in the publication of 1916, The Death March of the Armenian People by Lepsius. All of that was known to Ottoman intelligence. They just couldn't get their fingers on the right guys. This ended when the Bulgarians members to evacuate to Bulgaria. Shavash Misakyan was apprehended, tortured, and then the whole network unraveled. In the memoirs, everybody is lying. Shavash Misakyan, as an ARF leader, in his memoirs are not a memoir, they are a political document. Certain things are said, certain things are not said, with a political agenda. But he also gave away names, people got arrested, and it becomes very clear how important the women were. Some of the women were in, one woman, Yeksapet, was in the position to tell an ARF Fedai what to do with the guns. This is not exactly how women are represented. The most dangerous jobs like recovering, implicating evidence from somebody who worked for Ottoman intelligence, I did not know that, was taken over by women. And they were arrested, and Shavesh Misakyan's fiancée was arrested and did not survive much after the arrest. Still, the Misakyan and his comrades survived. They were arrested, tried and convicted to rather mild sentences. Those who were released were re-arrested by Mustafa Rashad, head of the Qism-e Siyasi, and were earmarked for illegal execution along the way to Bursa. Important is that after the war was over, the people came out of detention and organized the ARF immediately again and organized Nemesis. Misakyan, who had been a writer for Azadamat, reorganized Azadamat at Jagadamat, a battle, the Tashnak Sutyun newspaper in 1919. The offices of Tashnak Sutyun became the center for the organization of Nemesis, the organization of Avengers, who first killed Armenian traitors, that means the informants and agents of the police department, and then later on people like Talat, Beatin Shakir, Cemal Azmi, main perpetrators of Armenian genocide. Already in early 1919, militants from the Caucasus, like Shah Natali, came to Constantinople for that purpose. Last question, so last points. Was this, what was it? It was a rather successful attempt. Some of the evidence produced by the group is still unique. It was for a long period of time the most important evidence available. It alerted the international public. It was important for fundraising by American Near East Relief, by the US, also in Germany, which enabled donations which made survival of Armenians in the camps in Aleppo and also in Damascus possible. So it had a big impact. It also shows how modern the ARF was. The loss of leaders did not mean the collapse of the organization. It was very modern. Women had much more leeway, as you would expect in traditional Armenian society. And they were able, right at the end of the COP government, when it fell, to reorganize and swing back into action. They saved 15,000 people at least. And so Armenian resistance in Istanbul was rather successful, given the odds and given the limitations of their resources. And what does it mean for the future? Well, Shavesh Misakyan, who was an ARF leader until the end of his life, many of these people who survived played a critical role in the rebuilding of Armenian communities in the diaspora, in part temporarily in Istanbul, but also in the Republic of Armenia. The chief perpetrators who survived the Avengers, most of them made a career in Kemalist Turkey and formulated Ottoman denial and later Turkish denial. People like Ahmet Esad Uras, Mustafa Rashad Mimaoğlu were perpetrators, they were not scholars. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the organizers and the Hrant Dink Foundation for this opportunity. Also like to thank the American Consulate for being able to bring me over here and for this opportunity to revisit some things that I'd written and worked on several years ago with my first book related to to prisons in the late Ottoman Empire. I'd come across a lot of reports during the occupation period by the British in particular, in the British archives, but also French reports about prison conditions in the Ottoman Empire. Some of these were in the Ottoman archives, others were in the National Archives in Britain as well. And they paint a very interesting picture. They in the end, they attempted to utilize the prisons and the prison conditions, the awful prison conditions in Istanbul during the occupation, as a tool to argue against continued Ottoman, what they called Turkish rule in Constantinople, and the ability to create even a rump state in Anatolia. And so this is where I'm coming from with this paper. I touched on it a little bit in my first book, but I wanted to dig into this a little bit more and discuss how these prisons were used as a measure of Ottoman civilizational standing, and how they were then, from the internal reports, particularly from the British inspectors, how they were going to be used against the Ottomans at the Paris Peace Conference, and also at the in formulating and drafting the Treaty of Sèvres. And so in the early 20th century would be considered an era of progressivism. And I say I put scare quotes around that because all liberal states at that time were saying the same things about how prisons should be, and criminal justice in prisons should be, should be conducted in a civilized manner, and they connected prisons and the treatment of prisoners along as you'd say standards for civilizational progress. So Winston Churchill in 1910, as Britain's Home Secretary, famously stated that, quote, "The mood and temper of the public with regard to the treatment of crime and criminals is one of the unfailing tests of the civilization of a country," close quote. So aspiring liberal states across the globe adopted and adapted the principles of criminal rehabilitation through labor and moral edification to their own criminal justice systems. The Ottoman Empire was no different, and as I wrote in my book, and based upon Ottoman archival documents and what was available, they implemented an extensive reform program of their criminal justice system around the empire, attempting to do that particularly during the Committee of Union and Progress period in the Second Constitutional Period, which is very ironic when we think about the context of which the brutalities and the atrocities took place during that same time period. They were still pushing an aggressive agenda for prison and criminal justice reform, utilizing a lot of German money to do this. It was roughly 1% of the total interior budget was being used for prison reform at this time, across what was remaining of the empire through World War I. And so there seems to be this disconnect between prison reform and actual treatment of various populations within the Ottoman Empire at this time. It's a very interesting juxtaposition that that needs to be investigated even further. So in fact, when announcing the Ottoman Empire's first comprehensive prison reform program in April of 1912, the newly formed CUP Central Prison Administration justified their expansive reform program by claiming these reforms would bring Ottoman prisons in conformity with the, quote, laws of civilization, close quote, Kuvadi Medeniye. In order to create this environment, the Ottoman prisons in conformity with the laws of civilization, as they claimed, each new prison needed extensive overhaul. And I won't go through all the details. It's pretty clear. It's all according to the standards that were generally recognized across the world, but very rarely implemented in any of these so-called liberal states. Prisons in the United States were just as awful in many cases as the prison conditions we found here, or in Britain or in France, and particularly in their colonial empires. And so there seemed to be a massive amount of hypocrisy by the liberal powers around the world, at this time, and the Ottomans were no different, but they did spend a lot of time, a lot of effort in reforming their prisons. And while oftentimes they battled issues of corruption, battles of incompetency, they battled incompetency and battled issues of extensive abuse, overall, in totality, there was an incredible amount of reform that went in, and a lot of money spent, and a lot of energies incorporated into that. So basically, these included additionally massive prison building projects for new prisons and repairing old ones were undertaken, and many completed within Istanbul, the imperial capital, receiving the primary focus. Of great significance was the empire's hiring of a German criminologist and prison reformer, Dr. Paul Politz, in 1916. He was a private citizen coming from Germany, and he was charged with continuing this prison reform and these types of implementations, particularly within Istanbul, but also within the territories that the Ottoman Empire still held at that point during the war. And to implement the CUP's vision for a modern criminal justice system worthy of a civilized global power. So you have, at the same time that these atrocities were being committed, you also have this interest in civilizational reform, so to speak, by the Ottomans. And you know, this shouldn't be surprising when we look at what the British did throughout Africa and India, and what their prison systems were like, and even in their own country, what France did in its colonial empires, what the United States was doing in the South and Latin America, in the southern part of the United States, and particularly and within Latin America. This is the hypocrisy or the juxtaposition between reform and then what we see in reality. That you can separate the idea of progressive prison reform and these liberal ideals with very oppressive race relations, very oppressive brutality throughout the world in these cases. And so, when the Entente powers occupied Istanbul in late 1918, however, they found horrible prison conditions and ordered general inspections of all Istanbul prisons to gather evidence for the Paris Peace Conference to argue against Ottoman fitness to rule. According to the Entente inspection reports, the internal correspondence that this paper investigates prison practices and conditions in Istanbul through the eyes of the Entente powers during the occupation, and argues that Istanbul prisons became these sites of politicization and contestation regarding the future of the Ottoman Empire, and particularly its civilizational fitness to rule its empire, especially its capital city. In fact, Entente powers actively sought to exploit Istanbul's prison conditions as a pretext for delegitimating continued Ottoman rule by claiming Turkish venality and cruelty at the Paris Peace Conference and then the drafting of the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920. So shortly after the unconditional surrender of the Ottomans to the Entente powers, ending World War I with the Armistice of Mudros, British officials and then a combined British, French, and Italian delegation conducted a series of inspections of Istanbul prisons in late 1918, early 1919, and then again in 1920. There are four striking features of these reports. First, inspectors paint a dreadful picture of the state of Istanbul prisons that included widespread disease, malnutrition, poor sanitation, rampant prisoner cadre neglect, abuse of prisoners, and corruption. Second, the reports display a deep bias for incarcerated Christians vis-a-vis their Muslim counterparts, their Muslim convicts. The Entente inspectors expressed greater concern for the welfare of the Christian inmates, even though all prisoners suffered similarly to these poor conditions. And the majority of the prisoners in the Istanbul prisons at this time were Muslim. Third, the reports exude a British inspector's absolute contempt for the Turk. Finally, the British inspectors expressed an ulterior motive regarding these reports' potential use. They suggested that the reports be added to a number of other documents in preparation for the Paris Peace Conference and utilized to achieve three of Britain's post-war goals. First, they should be used to justify British calls for the abrogation of Turkish sovereignty in Constantinople. Second, they should be used to argue against allowing Turkish independence in Anatolia. And third, they should be used as propaganda to dampen pro-Ottoman sentiments among Muslims in India. In fact, one British official felt, quote, certain that if the Indian population were instructed systematically as to the real truth concerning the Turk and all his ways, we should hear little more of their sympathy for him, close quote. He even suggested that some judicious propaganda should be distributed in India to achieve this fact, to achieve this aim. And so the first two inspectors to go into the prisons in late 1918 were Commander Heathcote Smith and Lieutenant Palmer, together with Husni Bey, the head of the Ottoman Directorate of Public Security. He had just been installed just a couple of months before that. They conducted the first prison inspectors in early December of 1918. Their report described the horrific scenes that I've already mentioned, right, of prisoner ill treatment, malnourishment, facility degradation, corruption, and woeful sanitary conditions. However, Commander Heathcote Smith did not consider overcrowding to be a problem for some reason at that point in time. He noted that, quote, a considerable number of prisoners were recently released, and for a Turkish prison, it is not unduly crowded, close quote. According to the report, there was no prison uniforms or bedding. Prisoners slept on the floor. The prisons lacked discipline. Prisoners freely moved about the prison inside and out during the day and spent their time in idleness. At night, however, he goes on to say the guards rounded up the prisoners and made them sleep in their assigned wards. Prisoners claimed that their treatment by prison cadre was deplorable and that they were routinely beaten. They also complained of terrible health and hygiene conditions. Lice and vermin were everywhere because the prison was rarely cleaned and inmates rarely had access to washing facilities. Although separate sick wards were available, the ill received little treatment, and the report also claimed that over the past several months, 3 to 4 prisoners on average died weekly. So there's a huge, very high mortality rate in the prisons themselves. Their food was rancid. It was awful. Heathcote Smith goes on to say he could barely smell it. He almost threw up when he smelled the food, the rancid food that they were getting. And he said the report describes the prisoners as, quote, merely a mob of half-naked, lousy human beings with shrunken, wasted bodies and ravenous eyes, gradually starving to death, cold and disease brought on by neglect, close quote. He goes, so as the results of this inspection, it was proposed that Allied military commanders visit all prisons throughout the empire in order to ascertain their respective conditions. And these reports also talk about the prisons in different areas around what was left of the Ottoman Empire at that point in time. Additionally, the entire prison system was placed under the direction of General Milne, who was in charge of overseeing the empire's police and public sanitation at this point, the British general. So just a few months later, in January 1919, 2 months later, excuse me, just the next month actually, Heathcote Smith and now Admiral Webb undertook another subsequent inspection of the same prisons, the central prisons of Istanbul, the penitentiary, and the jail, the Sultanahmet Tevkifhanesi in Istanbul. And Admiral Webb reported that with the exercise of a considerable amount of moral pressure and in the face of the usual Turkish evasiveness and procrastination, some reforms have at length been carried out. So just in this one month period. Conditions, however, still remained horrendously poor, especially at the Sultanahmet jail, the central prison, and its hospital. Webb describes the conditions, again, as horrendously filthy, but somehow they improved. His description seemed very similar to the first report, but he said they were improved somehow. And somewhere between 80 to 90% of the prisoners at the Sultanahmet jail suffered from scabies, mange, and malnutrition, with several prisoners having typhus and syphilis as well. And he described he saves some of his most scathing rebuke, however, for the hospital and its Turkish doctor. I then proceeded to the central prisons, quote, in Istanbul, and first visited the hospital attached to this prison. A greater travesty of the name of hospital could not be imagined. There were some 60 beds with mattresses literally crawling with vermin, on which were lying emaciated, shrunken forms, covered from head to foot with sores and mange. In several cases, 2 unhappy creatures were placed in the same bed. The Turkish doctor, who came in while I was there, a smug and oleaginous person, informed me that he was really very sorry for his patients, but he had no funds to supply either decent food, medicine, bed clothing, or even soap. The strained and anxious looks on the faces of the inmates of this horrible place was pathetic in the extreme, and the joy of the Armenians and Greeks, who I removed at once, were somewhat overwhelming, close quote. There was a distinct preference towards Christians when it came to these inspections. And throughout the 2 inspections and in their aftermath, there was a distinct preference to help these Christian prisoners and secure their release, or at least better treatment. In fact, Admiral Webb, during his inspections of the jail and the women's ward of the central prison, invoked Clause 4 of the Armistice Agreement to order the immediate release of several Christian prisoners, both Armenian and Greek. He said, quote, "In virtue of Clause 4 of the Armistice, I ordered the instant release of all Greeks and Armenians who had either been detained unduly long awaiting trial or who were imprisoned for offenses other than purely criminal ones. The numbers so released were 18, including 3 women at that point. From the women's jail and from the women's and at the central prison and the women's jail. And then during his inspection of the central prison, where the men were held, Webb ordered the release of more Christian prisoners according to Article 4. He said, I ordered the release of all Armenians and Greeks except those convicted of bad crimes, and 1 Turk who had done very good espionage for us. The total was 1 Armenian, 15 Greeks, chiefly charged with desertion, and 1 Turk. And he went on to say that we should publish this information to the British public as soon as possible so they can see us taking care of the Christians of the Ottoman Empire. Admiral Webb then reported that as a result of his inspections and actions, the Christians had been taken away to Greek and Armenian hospitals. 72 Christians in all were similarly been removed from the central prisons, and 15 of them Christian women. So as a result of these awful conditions faced by all Ottoman subjects in Istanbul's prisons, but with the preference for helping Christians, the British inspectors pressed the Ottoman government to enact the amnesty decree as required by Clause 4 of the Armistice Agreement regarding the release of Christian prisoners. The subsequent amnesty law passed by the Ottoman government stipulated that, quote, that all, quote, Christian prisoners and natives of countries under Allied occupation should be released except for those already condemned or awaiting trial for murder, rape, sodomy, or political offenses, close quote. This was generally put forward. There were some of the prisoners who were Christian prisoners, primarily Greek Orthodox, but some Armenian, who were still incarcerated because they had committed murder in these offenses, though they started petitioning the Greek Entente powers there on their behalf to intercede and get them out of the prisons as well. It doesn't look like that was actually successful, but it was very interesting the language that they used in their petitions about their treatment was against civilization. This treatment, the awful Turk, the black boot of the Turk upon their necks. These types of things, very similar types of rhetoric and propagandistic talk as we found the English inspectors using. I need to sum up here quickly, and so in summing up the British pressure placed on the Ottoman government to enact change within its Istanbul prisons, General Mill clearly stated his disdain for Turks and his sympathies for Christians. Quote, the whole system is so honeycombed with bribery and corruption that it is hopeless to expect any real improvement while the Turks remain their own masters. New credits have been voted for better food and clothing and for facilities for cleanliness among the prisoners. In fact, I have received abundant promises which my staff will do their best to see are put into practice and will, in any case, take care that Christians are not imprisoned again under the appalling conditions described by Admiral Webb. Close quote. So as a result of these demands for reform by British prison inspectors, the Ottoman Grand Vizier Damed Farid Pasha sent a letter assuring British authorities that all steps were being taken to remedy the awful situation existing in Ottoman prisons. Namely, new prison buildings were under construction that would be opened in the next few months. All prisoners would be transferred to these new prisons. And finally, that the Sultan Ahmet jail would be decommissioned. These things happened, and they were confirmed with new inspections in March and April of 1919 by the Allied powers. But they continued to talk about how awful the Turks were, how difficult it was to get them to do anything. They couldn't be trusted, and this type of language continued on. And so, according to the Entente powers stationed in Constantinople, the woeful conditions of Ottoman prisons had been ameliorated by their actions and no longer necessitated their intense attention, but should be routinely supervised so the awful conditions of the past would not return. As stated above, the Allied powers thought that these conditions would further vindicate that the Turks were uncivilized and unfit to govern themselves. So in the end, the Entente powers officials effectively utilized their authority and access to instrumentalize Istanbul's prison conditions as part of the broader argument against Turkish civilizational fitness to rule over Istanbul and much of Anatolia, as witnessed by the Treaty of Sèvres that was put out. But obviously, that was not implemented. As a result of this, with the Turkish War of Independence, what happened afterwards. But it's quite distinct what the goal of these prison inspections were. It was primarily focused on ameliorating Christian suffering at the expense of what else was there. This is interesting because you continue, as the British were conducting these conditions, these inspections, the same terrible prison conditions were still existing in their own country and throughout their own empire. But it's very interesting how these situations become propagandized by occupying forces, regardless of the states involved, in order to justify their own actions and their own legal designs. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ediyoruz her iki konuşmacımıza da.
We would like to thank both speakers. I have some questions as the moderator, but I would like to give the priority to our audience. If you have questions, we will now receive your questions for our panel. I cannot see any questions posed by our audience joining via Zoom.
Thank you so much for the panel and the organization by the Hrant Dink Foundation. I'm very happy to be a part of it as a listener. So to get to the point, my question is to Ken Schul. So sorry, you were just done. But so the Sultanahmet jail, what was the proportion of the prisoners, Muslim and Christian? And also, were there any Jewish prisoners? And the second part of the question is, during the occupation, did the Allied powers decide who went to prison in Istanbul, basically? And if someone betrayed the Sultan somehow, would they be sent to the Sultanahmet jail, or what would happen to them?
Right. So the Sultanahmet jail, the Tefkikhane, was just a jail for holding prisoners awaiting trial. The central prison, the penitentiary, was where convicted prisoners generally were held. That's how the general process went, but things were to get mixed up quite a bit. So according to the first inspections, there were roughly 150 prisoners in the Sultanahmet jail awaiting trial, approximately 150, with about 2/3 of them Muslim and 1/3 Christian. They don't make any mention of Jews in there at that point in time, although we know from prison surveys in 1912, 1914, 1916, that there were Jews, Musevi, as they were labeled as identification in the prison surveys, that there were Jews in the prisons, but the Allied powers make no mention of that whatsoever. Undoubtedly they were, but the Allied powers make no mention of it. They were strictly interested primarily in the care of Christians and that one Turk who was a spy. So basically, if that answers your question. Oh, and then basically, generally speaking, in the administration, the Ottomans were made to be responsible for Muslims in general in the administration of the city, whereas for Christians in the city, generally speaking, the Allied powers would be in charge of that. But there's been great work done on this by other scholars that I will defer to. If I've made some mistakes, then I will gladly correct myself in that.
Evet, başka soru?
Are there any questions from our audience?
Talks. Actually, my question is, yes, to you, Mr. Schul. Depending on the presentation of Mr. Kaiser, he told that there were killings of Armenians and there were some, espionage activities like in Izmit or Sakarya, Adapazarı. And so in terms of the situation of the prisons, did you observe or did you read like biographies or memoirs, maybe, I don't know, the killings of the people who have the specific identity of Armenians? I don't mean Christians or Jewish or the non-Muslims, because if, outside they are killed, maybe inside the prison also the legal authorities or the official government would, you know, do something to kill them, or so. Did you read such things? The killings of Armenians in the prisons.
So what I read in the prison inspections that the Ottomans undertook in the various surveys, perhaps the constitutional period. Sorry, I thought I had turned it on. What I had read through what I found in the Ottoman documents of the various prison inspections of the empire during World War I specifically, there were, and also that were conducted by Paul Pulitz, who was the German administrator. They don't discuss any specific killings. They do discuss about prisoners who were Christian, Jewish, and Muslim who were released early to join the military for the war, or to serve in the labor battalions to go out and work road construction, farming, and in other ways. And so that is where I found the discussion of various Christians and how they were being treated within the prisons themselves. I did not come across any specific assassinations that were discussed about in the prisons themselves, but I did come across this idea of them being taken out and sent to labor battalions, which we know in some cases then those persons were subject to deportation. You do see reports of people fleeing the prisons, a lot of escapes, and those cut across various identities within the prisons themselves. The notion that's often discussed within there's charges levied. There's been accusations made that somewhere up to 30,000 prisoners from the Ottoman prisons were released to join the killing squads during the genocide. I found no evidence of that from the prison records themselves. There was not a mass release. There were about roughly 30,000 prisoners total in the Ottoman prison system at the time. I would not, and those are Christians, Jews, and Muslims, mainly Muslims. And so I did not find evidence of a mass release of that. I did find some evidence of some targeted release, some people being let out to join the Meshkilat, Masusa, these types of things, but not the mass release that's often talked about. Like there weren't more than 40,000 total prisoners in the Ottoman Empire in the prisons at that time during World War I. So I don't know if that answers some of your questions, but this is interesting. We have to figure out what is myth and what is fact. And oftentimes propaganda is put out, as we could see by the British themselves about things. There's no doubt of how many Armenians lost their lives as a result of the genocide. But the actual process is is much more complicated, I think, than is often portrayed in different cases, as your research has shown. But yeah, thank you.
Başka arkada bir soru daha var, onu alalım. Buyurun.
There is one more question from the audience.
Is that working? First off, thank you both very much for the fascinating presentations. I was wondering if you could address, if you have any ideas of how local ideas of political economy factored into these projects of criminalization or securitization. And specifically what I mean by that is during the late Ottoman Empire, and especially the early Republican period, ideas of national economy or milli iktisads gained in popularity, and there was an increased program to appropriate the wealth of minorities and transfer it to a new Muslim Turkish bourgeois. So does this idea of milli iktisad impact the sort of histories either of you are describing?
Are there başka soru var?
Are there other questions? Perhaps we can collect all questions now, and then we can close this panel and close the Q&A session. I would like to have an additional question myself as a moderator.
Questions together. Sizin için o tamam mı? Birlikte sona geldiğimiz için.
Now that we're coming close to the end of this panel, I want to also ask my questions as the moderator.
And Hilmar, you mentioned you mentioned Krikor Zohrab and Chilingirian's arrest. I would really like you to elaborate on that a little more, the shift, between April and later, what were the reasons, you actually touched it very shortly. I mean, I know it may take a while, and I also know the story about Krikor Zohrab, I don't know where I read it, but he had, he played cards with Talat Pasha on the same day, and in the evening, he got arrested. And then also you mentioned the active role of Armenian women in resistance, which I thought was very interesting. Kent, my question to you is, I find it fascinating because you refer to this double standard, which makes me think of a concept that Leila Ahmed used regarding the British attitude, the attitude of the British administrators in Egypt towards women, that they were trying to, they were interested in the headgear of women, and they were saying that we will liberate women, while back at home they were actually oppressing this, the suffrage movement, and they were using the language of the suffrage women in Egypt, which is, I mean, it makes me think of that. You're saying the same thing about the prison. Your research obviously is more above and beyond Istanbul. I mean, you referred to Sultanahmet, the detention center in the central prison. But I remember reading about a report by Thomas Mugurdichyan, about the Diyarbakir, the prison. I think it came up, Ayhan Akhtar must have brought it to my attention. And in that report, and also memoirs of Faiz Al-Guseyn, again, about the Diyarbakir prison, because in 2012, skeletons of 38 human beings were unearthed. And there was a discussion in Turkey about whether those remains belong to Armenians or Kurds. I mean, when you have such dark history, you end up having discussions like that. And yes. So that's how I ended up actually reading these reports. And there was description, especially in the memoirs of Faiz Al-Guseyn, who was a government administrator and ended up in prison because he was accused of being an Arab nationalist, I think. In his memoirs, he really describes grotesque forms of torture. So, I mean, you talk mostly about the conditions, but, what about torture? So that's what I wanted to ask. So that question first. Then.
Okay. Starting with Diyarbakir, I mean, we have documents from Diyarbakir about the release of people for cheddar operations. These documents don't run through the prison chain of command, but they come directly from Talat, and they're preserved in the Dahiliye Shifre collection and other collections in the Ottoman archives. The question of national economy and so-called abandoned Armenian property is direct. I discussed it in the context of your question. I think the turning point was the 21st of May. The arrest of Krikor Zohrab, about that week, that was when Krikor Zohrab was arrested, Vatke Sulingerian was arrested. It was also the time when Shukri Bey, Shukri Kaya, basically had finished the draft of the Talimatname, the manual for abandoned property. It was also when far-reaching deportation orders, extension of deportation orders of Armenian communities were sent out. And then the Entente, May 24, basically published its announcement that they would hold the people, the government members personally responsible, and then practically overnight, these people quickly put together something like a law, like legal procedures to give it a kind of dress. That not much had been planned before is evident. For example, Tahsin Uza, again, the man who was instrumental in pushing the red button, who was a Teşkilat-ı Masusa leader, top in the COP, he had in Erzurum no directives of what to do with the Armenian property when the merchants and the community leaders were deported. So the idea of a blueprint, how to implement the Armenian genocide, you just pull it out of the drawer and then you go through the motions, is wrong. We can really see that it was a process developing and in part also learning by doing. So to come to the Deir Zor massacres in 1916, there were several decisions for massacre. And consistently, the center saw massacre as a cheap, very important, quick, and therefore suitable option. So it is not that they ran one traffic light on April 24, they ran each red traffic light. It was not an accident, it was an ideology, and it was a sustained policy. So Milli Iktisat, that was basically, you have to see, Ziya Gökalp talks about Milli Iktisat, and he presents himself as a philosopher. But Ziya Gökalp, already before the war, had been robbing Armenians in Diyarbakir with the Perinçizades, and all this discourse in the press and the so-called debates have to be matched with what is actually going on. You cannot discuss debates about Milli Iktisat in the Ottoman publications without taking note of what was happening the same day on the ground. This was an ideology produced for policy which was already going on. So the question is, it's a dialectic situation. It was not that you have Milli Iktisat and then we do this. It was basically, it was completely merged. Writing about Milli Iktisat and at the same time doing something. Again, Milli Iktisat is a nice dress you put over something very awful. Maybe one last thing about women. I mean, we have to see that Armenian women, be it in the defense of Van, which covered the whole Van area, in the defense of Sassoon on Mount Adong, in the defense of Urfa, in the relief effort in Aleppo, in Kayseri and so on, the role of Armenian women. During the deportations, there were hardly any men left. They had been killed already. It was women who took over roles they were never expected to by patriarchal Armenian society. They did things which were unacceptable, prostituting themselves in order to save the children. So this was a time where Armenian women, possibly for the first time in Armenian history, and certainly not after that, played a role in the survival of the Armenian community as such, not their own survival, that was unprecedented and has not been reflected. Only recently there have been some changes. After the war, it was written out of Armenian genocide history for at least 50 to 60 years, and for the last 15, 20 years there has been a change. So one has to be critical about genocide studies, but all aside with criticism of Turkish nationalist narratives.
So quickly, with the Milli Iktisat, that played a role in Ottoman prison reform as well, in the terms of creating factories or at least workshops within prisons and major metropolitan centers. Edirne, Istanbul, obviously, Izmir, Izmit, Beirut, Damascus, these places, of building these types of prison shops, workshops. Those weren't widespread. They were only in the major metropolitan areas. But again, at least the window dressing, the propaganda behind that was to actually build the local industries and support the economy. Prisoners provide cheap labor. Part of the United States, Britain, other places have found the same way. Cheap labor to be able to then actually undermine the local businesses from doing their work and the local labor market. That seems to be the result oftentimes when it comes to employing prisoners for industrial development. So that happened in prisons as well. That's how it connected in with the prisons, at least in that regard. Regarding about torture, now there's been lots of work done about how the Ottomans outlawed it, got rid of pranga, got rid, put in the Constitution and other things where torture was supposed to be outlawed. There was still lots of prisoner abuse and torture going on within the prisons. I wrote about this in the book. CNOP was notorious for it, but you had prisoners petitioning the Central Prison Administration, and investigations opened up into these allegations coming from there. So there was some call and response, and there were several prison wardens who were excused from their duties, prison cadre who were fired, but it was still rampant. It was still a problem of prisoner abuse within the prisons as well, all the way through. There were high mortality rates in Ottoman prisons. And so I don't know specifically about Diyarbakir itself, but oftentimes prisoners were buried there on site who died. Those could be as a result of massacre. Those could be the result of prisoners dying and being buried on the place. I mean, I don't know the details, but it could be those possible things. So it's interesting. They very well could be Kurdish and Armenian. When did they die and when they were buried at that prison site is another question. All sorts of terrible conditions, as were outlined, were there not just in Istanbul but in prisons around the empire.
Bir tane online.
We have one online question to sort of bolster online participation. Let's share this question with our participants.
Dear Baki Tezcan, and here's the question.
Geçmiş olsun Baki.
Geçmiş olsun. Okay. And he says, did you come across any reports on women's prisons, if any? And also, are there any reports on the prisoners that were run by the nationalists in Anatolia? So if we could answer that in 2 minutes, is that possible?
Okay. It is, yes. There are lots of reports on women's prisons. There's good work being done, a dissertation that was recently published and related to that out of Hamburg? I'm sorry, my brain is a little jet lagged still. I'm still trying to remember some things. Yes, the reports from the Republican period those weren't going to the Central Prison Administration anymore in Istanbul. I basically stopped my intense research going up into the occupation period. I have not seen those, but undoubtedly there would be. Yes, there are, and there are lots of reports on women's prisons and conditions for women prisoners being held in various states, whether it was in the imam's house, in a local konak, or in a separated area within the prisons themselves, like in the central Istanbul prisons. You had a women's section in there as well. And Lerna Ekmekcioglu is actually doing some very interesting work right now on on our Armenian political prisoner in Istanbul jails during 1920. So,
just to add one detail, the expropriation of Armenians, and especially church property, led to a conversion of a lot of Armenian churches, large buildings, into prisons. But I mean, it's just the one detail, but it's also well known.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz her iki konuşmacımıza.
We'd like to thank both our speakers and thank you very much for your participation as well.
Evet, sanırım başlayabiliriz. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ben Mehmet Polatel, Hrant Dink Vakfı'nda çalışıyorum.
Let us get started. My name is Mehmet. I work here at the foundation. Akit Ezcan couldn't make it because he has COVID. I'll be the moderator instead. And hopefully they will join us tomorrow on Zoom to deliver their presentation. I'm going to introduce our speakers in English.
Zoom. And also I'm going to introduce all of them once. And our first speaker is Evangelia Ahladi. She taught modern Greek at the Greek Language and Literature Department of Ankara University in the period of 1994 and 2000. She also taught Turkish at the University of Athens. Now she has been Library and Culture Coordinator of the Cultural Center of Greece in Istanbul since 2012. Her research interests lie in social and educational history of Ottoman Greek Orthodox communities, Karamanlidica literature, and Asia Minor dialects. The title of her presentation is The Greek State's Supervision of Orphanage, 1919-1922. Our second speaker is Alexandros Makris. He had bachelor's and master's degrees in political science and history department at the Pantheon University. He completed his PhD at the National and Kapodistrian University. He is now doing research on Greek veterans and war victims of interwar Greece. The title of his presentation is Transnational Welfare During the Armistice Period, Activities of Ministry of Relief of Greece in Occupied Istanbul. And our last speaker is Konstantina Andrianopoulou. She will join us on Zoom, and she studied history and archaeology at the National and Kapodistrian University. She has a master's degree at history at the Boğaziçi University and also a PhD degree at history and political science at Pantheon University. She's a researcher in intermusic research program at the Laboratory of Ethnomusicology and Cultural Anthropology at National and Kapodistrian University. The title of the presentation is Contested Futures. By the way, the title of the presentation has been changed. Now it is Contested Futures, Rescued Greek Orthodox Children in Istanbul During the Allied Occupation Era. So each speaker has 20 minutes. After they complete their presentation, we will Q&A session. So please.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Hrant Dink Vakfı'na ve vakıf.
I'd like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation and everyone at the foundation for bringing us together, and also compliment them for this wonderful work that they carry out.
İngilizce ile devam edeceğim. History of the Greek Central Foundation of Relief. So, a series of extraordinary military measures during the World War I years caused different refugee population movements. The article that you can see in the slide, published in the Greek newspaper in the States, National Herald, Ethnikos Kyrix, in February 1919, reminds us of the extraordinary conditions that prevailed after the war, the war's deplorable legacy. So after the end of the war, refugee groups migrated or were transferred from the provinces to Istanbul, for many the nearest, safest center they could reach. This doesn't work. Only from here. Okay. The Constantinople Pathfinder, a survey published by the Americans in 1922, estimates the number of refugees in Istanbul at 100,000 and attributes this congestion to the fact that foreign and local relief organizations were better organized in Istanbul than elsewhere. There was an unofficial task division among the many foreign and local relief commissions active in the city. The Ottoman Red Crescent were focusing on Turkish refugees and immigrants, while the American Red Cross was mostly active with the Russian refugees. In the case of the Greek Orthodox refugees, it was the Greek state, the Patriarchate, and local Greek community institutions which undertook the relief work with the contribution of foreign missions, such as the Near East Relief. The Near East Relief, an American organization initially founded for Armenians during the war, but later included Syrians, Persians, and Greeks, and after the war focusing on women and children. So during the occupation years, next to the three allied powers, the Greek state had its representative in Istanbul, the Greek High Commission, and was also represented on a few commissions for the administration of the city. The Patriarchate, immediately after the end of the war, had founded the Patriarchal Central Committee for the Displaced Greek Populations, which undertook the mission of repatriating the Greeks who had been deported before and during the war years. Alexandros Makris will talk about this. Greece, having received different waves of refugees the previous years, had founded many assistance societies, such as the Patriotic Foundation in Athens, and even a Ministry of Relief in 1917. The Patriotic Foundation sent 4 missions to Asia Minor to assess the situation with refugees, especially orphans. So this is the stamp of the Greek Central Foundation for Relief. Realizing the scope of the refugee issue and that gathering and raising orphans was a long-run endeavor, the Greek state founded in spring 1919 the Central Foundation for Relief, Κεντρικό Ίδρυμα Περιθάλψεως, which undertook the policy of establishing new orphanages, as well as supervising the existing community orphanages in Istanbul and the provinces. The Central Foundation was a component of the Greek High Commission in Istanbul. The board of directors was elected by the Greek High Commission, but made up of local Greeks. Although a state agency enjoyed a certain independence that allowed it to benefit from private initiatives by the well-organized community charitable institutions of Istanbul Greeks, as well as contributions by foreign commissions. So before the war, the Greek community operated 2 central orphanages in Istanbul. One was the National Orphanage for Boys in Prygippos, Büyükada, Princess Island, which housed close to 150 residents. The impressive 5-story and 206-room building was initially designed as the Prygippos Palace Hotel, but in 1903, after it was bought by the Patriarchate, it was converted into an orphanage. The second orphanage was the National Orphanage for Girls in Proti, Kınalıada, housed close to 70 residents. Next to the orphanages in Istanbul, large orphanages operated also in Asia Minor, in Flaviana, Zincirlere, which housed about 200 orphans. So during the First World War years, many community institutions were confiscated in Istanbul, orphanages with their substantial equipment being among them. The Kuleli Military School settled in the building of the Büyükada Orphanage. The orphans were transferred to the Greek School of Commerce in Chalki, and then to the orphanage for girls in Proti, Kınalıada. The orphans returned to Büyükada in October 1919, after a wandering that lasted 4 years, while in the meanwhile, the building housed German soldiers and later Russian refugees. So the Greek Central Foundation for Relief took over the supervision of the orphanages already operating in Istanbul and established new orphanages which housed mainly the war orphans arrived from the Ottoman provinces. So the orphanages that were founded by the Central Relief after the war was, apart from Prygippos and Chalki, the National Home for Girls, Ethniki Stegi Chalkis, established in Chalki in April 1919, and from April to October 1919 housed also the boys of Büyükada Orphanage, which opened later in October 1919. Also the shelter for the homeless of Pera, Beyoglu, Asylon Astegon Peran, shelter in Besiktas, Asylon Diplokiouniou, and the Pendik Orphanage, founded in December 1919, for orphans with average age from 5 to 7. And also a hospital for orphans suffering from trachoma, an eye condition very widespread at the times. Parallel to the orphanages, there were, of course, shelter houses in many parishes, many community initiatives on parish level by the philanthropic societies of the local Greeks, soup kitchens for the orphans living outside these institutions, but also for the adult war refugees. In June 1920, the British commissioner drew the Greek commissioner's attention to the case of a building in Kabatash occupied by Ottoman Greek orphans and the need for the Greek relief to find other premises for them. And also there were rescue houses for young women and children who had been abducted or stayed with Muslim families. In these neutral houses were gathered orphans to determine their ethnic identity before transferring them to an appropriate Armenian, Greek, or Turkish orphanage, a complex subject that Konstantina Adrianopoulou is going to present us. So every orphanage had its own criteria to accept children. According to the statute of the Büyükada orphanage, the children recruited could not be younger than 6 years old or older than 12, a regulation from which refugee children were exempt. The residents were examined for infectious diseases and vaccinated. In order to be accepted into an established orphanage, the orphan needed a note, a ticket with all personal information available, and sometimes even recommendations about the origin, from which institution or from which parish shelter was coming. You can see in the slide some pages of the Büyükada orphanage registers. So the orphanage registers record the orphan's name, age, place of birth, orphan category, fatherless, motherless, or full orphan, and place of residence of next of kin. And of course, some general observations, namely persons or institutions, they brought the orphan to the institution, if it was transferred from another orphanage, from the provinces, etc. Apart from the names, which are important for family history, the information saved in these registers, especially the age and place of birth of war orphans, is very telling for the history of the ruined Greek Orthodox communities. We can see in this slide that is from the shelter for homeless orphans in Beyoglu, that this categorization on the left, orphana patros, fatherless orphans, or telios orphana, full orphans, and of course the very important patris, that is the place of birth and origin. Regarding the place of birth, the Pontus, Karadenis region, Bithynia, and Thrace stand out. To give only one example, in Pendik orphanage, which housed close to 200 children aged 5 to 7, 53 children came from one community, Nihori of Chile, a community totally destroyed in 1921. It doesn't come as a surprise that the majority of the war orphans were fatherless, while the number of motherless or full orphans was very low. Although in principle the Central Relief gathered only full orphans, accepted many children whose mothers could not provide for them. A policy the Greek Central Foundation tried to implement in order to ensure self-support and professional rehabilitation of the orphans was to provide elementary education, technical training, by setting up vocational schools and workshops to train carpenters, blacksmiths, or shoemakers. A polytechnic institution was designed, while the establishment of a rural center in Triglie was one of the projects that was started thanks to the donation of an Ottoman Greek from Triglie. Now, apart from Istanbul, the Greek relief established refugee orphanages in the provinces, mostly in Thrace and Pontus, Karadeniz region. Many orphanages in Pontus, in areas under the Kemalist control, were either dissolved later or came under the direction of the American Near East Relief. In April 1920, the Greek High Commissioner estimated that the total number of 20,000 Greek orphans were scattered in the provinces, adding that, I quote, orphans collected in a wild situation and today live under relatively good conditions provide an indication of the vitality and organization of Hellenism in Turkey, end of quote. The Greek High Commissioner reported that 17 orphanages founded by the Central Relief housed more than 3,000 orphans, including a total of 1,372 orphans only in Istanbul. These Istanbul statistics numbers are very close to the statistics given by the Constantinople Pathfinder, the American survey, which recorded 1,548 Greek orphans housed in the main 4 orphanages, as you can see here. The American survey points out to the beautiful and healthful locations of the Greek orphanages, but also to the many deficiencies: the inadequate infrastructure, especially for the hospital of the orphanage for Prygippos, the lack of water. Prygippos was the biggest of the orphanages, inadequate number of teachers, as well as the absence of physical and recreational work. For American standards, very important that time. And here are some notes for the Halki, the second biggest orphanage for girls. And this is the observation about the absence of supervised recreational and physical work is an observation that is repeated by Americans and shows the different standards, of course. Apart from very interesting observations like that the people in this part of the world, they don't know to play, how to play. So the American survey, yes, I think I should skip this. Let's come to the economic maintenance of this foundation, which was secured mainly by the Greek state subsidy, 3 million drachmas per year, according to Elianos' official report, by local Greeks' assistance, as well as American aid, which also depended to a great degree on local Greeks or Greeks of America. In July 1922, the Central Relief Foundation called the attention of the Greek High Commissioner to the financial problems they faced because of the irregular and insufficient subsidy from the Greek government. Furthermore, the support of the Americans, representing only 20%, had also been decreasing due to the crisis affecting the local Greeks. Here we can see some detailed information in the Near East Relief Archives about the Greek relief. See, there is registered very, very detailed information about the places and the amounts of the money. So the foundation called the Greek government to evaluate the importance of these orphanages from a humanistic but also from a national point of view. And I quote, "It's up to the Greek government to judge whether these orphanages constitute a real necessity or whether they should be closed, abandoning on the streets our refugee orphans, whom others would perhaps be happy to collect under other flags and religions, as orphaned Christian children, but not as Greek children." Because of the financial situation, in July 1922, the Greek government was planning to transfer the orphans of Istanbul to Smyrna under the Greek administration, a project that didn't happen, of course. After the Smyrna disaster and the retreat of the Greek army, Istanbul was inundated with tens of thousands of destitute Greek and Armenian refugees. In November 1922, the Greek High Commissioner reported to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that although there was no apparent danger of massacres since the negotiations in Lausanne were ongoing, threats had been made by the Turks to retake the orphanage of Prygippos and Chalki. The Near East Relief also estimated that security commanded to transfer the Armenian and Greek orphans from Asia Minor to Greece. The Patriarchate agreed, but believed that a number should remain so that the buildings would not be completely evacuated, providing the Turks with an excuse for their requisition. American foreign missions proposed their settlement to Mount Athos, to the monasteries, to rural centers. Otherwise, they would be obliged to transfer them to South America. The American relief commissions finally transferred more than 10,000 Greek and Armenian orphans from Pontus and the 1,800 orphans from Istanbul to Greece, and settled them in orphanages all over the country, mostly in Athens and Piraeus, followed by Corinthos and the islands of Syra and Corfu. We can see here very quickly some images from the settlement of the Greek and Armenian orphans in Greece. Here you see a photograph commemorating the cooperation of Greek and American relief commissions. American Ambassador Henry Morgenthau with Armenian and Greek orphans in Greece. Greek orphans in Athens, and some images from Armenian orphanages in Oropos. It's maybe out of the scope of this talk, but it's an information that I wanted to share here. Armenian intellectuals from Istanbul were settled in Corfu in order to teach to the Armenian orphans their language and culture. So until 1927, some of the Armenian orphans were transferred from Greece to other countries, as we know, such as France or Soviet Armenia, while 500 were sent to Egypt thanks to the British Lord Mayor's Fund. In conclusion, a great number of war refugees, mostly women and children, among whom many orphans, took refuge in Istanbul after the occupation. However, the influx of refugees continued as many Greek Orthodox communities were deported after the end of the war. Chile, Nicomedia, Izmit, Nicaea, Iznik, among others. And other communities, especially in Pontus region, were fleeing as the Turkish troops were taking over their provinces, and of course, the refugee movements in the aftermath of the Smyrna disaster. The numbers and place of birth or origin of the war orphans tell us the history of the ruined Greek Orthodox communities from another perspective. The Greek state, out of need, but also as part of its national policy, emerged as the main coordinator and primary financial supporter for the relief policy and work for the Greek Orthodox refugees after the war through the Greek Central Foundation for Relief. However, the local Greeks, the Istanbul Greeks, provided material and moral support to the Central Relief, community buildings, personnel, volunteers, and an incredible network of charity and hometown societies. While foreign missions, such as the Near East Reliefs, supported refugees, orphans, and women with a small but consistent and long-lasting contribution. More substantial was their contribution in the provinces and during the transfer of Greek and Armenian orphans to Greece. as a last comment, rescuing the orphans and saving their national identity served a double purpose. While it fulfilled urgent humanitarian needs in times of deep crisis, it also lent support to the national claims of the Greek state. Thank you very much. Sorry for the time.
Thank you, Eva.
Günaydın. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude towards the organizers of this conference for the acceptance to be here today, for the whole organization, and of course for the kind hospitality. The end of... Okay. The end of the First World War in the Near East, with the armistice of Mudros, found Ottoman Greeks of Eastern Thrace and the Sea of Marmara region in an adverse situation. Almost 200,000 of them had been displaced to Greece or within Ottoman Empire. These populations wanted, first of all, their repatriation. Then the relief for them and their families was necessary in order to rebuild their lives. The Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople developed initiatives for that problem. This paper presents the involvement of Greek state to this process. It is based on the archives of the Greek Ministry of Relief and of Foreign Affairs, the political office of the Greek Prime Minister, and the personal archive of Eleftherios Venizelos, publications of the Ministry of Relief and the Patriarchate, as well as the official newspaper of the Patriarchate, Εκκλησιαστική Αλήθεια. Already from the last days of the war, in October 1918, the Patriarchate requested the Sultan, I quote, to order the return of the priest with their flock from the provinces, end of quote. Because of his negative response in the aftermath of the armistice, the Patriarchate established a committee for refugees issues. It's okay. Okay. Under the presidency of the Locum Tenens of Ecumenical Throne, Dorotheos, Metropolitan of Prusa. In November 1918, this committee renamed to Central Patriarchal Committee for the Displaced Greeks. Its aims were the relief for the refugees, their repatriation, and the restitution of the properties which had been confiscated by the Ottoman State during the war. In order to achieve these goals, the committee developed local subcommittees, as well as subcommittees with specific purposes, like the one for the writing a volume with evidences about persecution against the Greek Orthodox of the Empire, entitled Persecution of the Greeks in Turkey, 1914-1918. The members of the committee belonged to the Greek elite of Istanbul, and its president was Ioachim, Metropolitan of Enos. From its beginning, the most significant problem was the funding. For that reason, the committee requested to Ottoman Interior Ministry a financial support. However, the ministry refused it. Consequently, the committee requested the assistance of the Greek government on December 1918. In early 1919, there was no progress regarding this request. On the contrary, there was development as regards the restitution of Ottoman Greeks' confiscated properties. The committee collaborated for that issue with the British High Commission in Istanbul, and with this way, the first phase of refugees returning to their pre-war houses was achieved. The Greek state finally decided to assist the committee in the spring of 1919. In April, Alexandros Pallis, who was sent to Istanbul so as to study the issue, in his memorandum to the government, stressed that the repatriated refugees should immediately be helped with supplies, agrarian tools, and animals in order to earn their livelihoods,
since 80% out of them were peasants. He pointed out that the credit of 20 million drachmas should be given to the committee, since today's reliefs cannot efficiently help these people. He finally argued that, as I quote, the solution of economic problems should be first be solved, and then the procedure of repatriation should take place. A few days later, Prime Minister Venizelos informed Greek High Commissioner in Istanbul, Efthymios Kanellopoulos, that, I quote, we are willing to help the displaced Greeks, and we will do any necessary sacrifices for them, end of quote. He also requested him to prepare the budget of this project. Kanellopoulos responded that it was necessary that the Greek state to contribute to the committee with 20 million drachmas. Result of the aforementioned developments was the decree law of the Greek government of May the 31st of 1919, with which a credit of 20 million drachmas, which is 2.7 Turkish liras of that area, was created for the repatriation of displaced Greeks. Soon became clear that it would be more efficient to leave this project in one institution, and eventually the Minister of Relief was assigned as responsible for that. The Ministry of Relief was established in 1916, firstly as Supreme Directorate of Relief for the families of the mobilized men and refugees. Then, in June 1917, it was upgraded to Ministry. The wider context of its creation was the upgrade of public health and welfare sectors during the Great War. Ministry's responsibilities were the care for refugees and war victims, the payment of allowances for the families of mobilized men, and after 1918, the repatriation of refugees. The project of repatriation was vital, and according to some historians, was one of the main reasons for the implementation of the Asia Minor campaign. The demand for repatriation of the approximately 400,000 refugees was ubiquitous in Greek society and played a crucial role in the Greek military presence in Anatolia. Simultaneously, the repatriation was considered as a means of improving the economic power of Greek authorities in Asia Minor and Thrace. As Venizelos himself mentioned in a telegram to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in May 1919, I quote, the cost of repatriation is not only a moral obligation, but it also has economic interest, since the return to normalcy will increase the revenues of the Anatolian Greece, end of quote. In June 1919, the ministry created a mission in order to study the issues of care, repatriation, and resettlement of Greek populations of Anatolia, Eastern Thrace, Southern Russia, Caucasus, and Pontus. Head of this transborder mission was Nikos Kazantzakis, director of the ministry, and one of the most well-known Greek novelists. The mission was consisting of high-ranking civil servants. The significance of the mission was pointed out by a letter of Spiridon Simos, Minister of Relief, to Kazantzakis on July the 3rd, where he wrote that as the head of this mission, you will have unlimited freedom for your activities, and you have direct communication with Greek High Commission and Prime Minister Venizelos. This mission arrived in Istanbul on July the 7th, and soon became clear that it would be functioned in collaboration with the already existing Patriarchal Committee. The mission would be, as we can read in an official report of the ministry, just a supervisor as a civil service for the money which derived from the state budget. However, from the beginning, members of the mission expressed a reservation for the constitution of the committee, which, I quote, does not protect the responsibility of the ministry, because from the Greek civil servants, the general director is just an executor of the decision of the Patriarchal Committee, and the general inspector has the right of veto, but in a sense, he does not use it. Complaints of missions members for this uncommon situation continued, since, in a sense, a non-governmental organization based outside Greece administrated funds from Greece's state budget without any control. So the Greek government was before the dilemma to intervene actively for the reorganization of the Patriarchal Committee in order to acquire full power and responsibilities of the committee, or to withdraw from Istanbul. Eventually, in August 29th, Greek civil service officers were recalled, except Alexandros Pallis, who remained in the High Commission, which had typically only the general control of the committee. I will mention just briefly that the mission continued its activities in the regions of Pontus and Caucasus and Southern Russia, where the repatriation was finally considered as impossible. In a telegram of Minister Simos to High Commissioner in September 26th, he stressed that the funds from the state budget was given, I quote, as a subsidy from Greek government to the Patriarchal Committee, and that there is no responsibility of the committee about the way it uses these funds. Regarding now the function of the committee, from its beginning, it considered that the most efficient way for resettlement was granting loans to refugees. With that system, it is believed that peasants would be thrifty and careful and in the use of money, and that at least a part of these loans could be repaid. Apart from loans, the committee distributed peasants the necessary agrarian tools in order to cultivate their lands. And also an additional work of the committee was the building of new houses for the repatriated refugees, as well as the repair of others with serious damages. The revenues of the committee derived mainly by the sponsorship of Greek government and secondary from fundraising and other sources. At the same time, the expenses were mainly loans and then about care, repatriation, housing, and other administrative expenses. You can see more details in these tables. Well, the most significant challenge for the committee was undoubtedly the public safety, especially in rural areas. For instance, during a tour in July 1919, committee's members could not visit, under the fear of attack, the region of Kesani, Kesan, and Sarada Ecclesias, Kirkareli, I'm not sure about the pronunciation. As the local subcommittee wrote in its memorandum, I quote, the situation of public safety is very unsatisfactory. Everyday homicides and robberies against local Greeks were committed. Simultaneously, every day committed outlaw actions from Turk soldiers and policemen. Not to mention that the subcommittee, warned that giving loans in this region is a risk, because borrowers were considered as potential victims of a robbery. Finally, the Patriarchal Committee terminated its function in January 1921. In its final account, ended up in 7 conclusions. First, the loans and the house building cover an immediate need for repatriated refugees. Second, the loans were generally effective. Third, peasants used the agrarian tools which the committee distribute for the crop. Fourth, loans were a valuable and necessary guarantee for peace restoration. Fifth, the repatriation cancelled the aim of Turks who wanted the extermination of the Greek element in the Turkification of these regions. Sixth, the commercial activities returned to Greek hands. And seventh, the Greek state, after the annexation of Eastern Thrace with the Treaty of Serfs, 1920, I quote, received reconstructed and solid Greek population, and from now on, the Greek authorities can complete and enhance the work which have already been done by the committee. As a result, its work can be understood as a success if you have in mind means and the funds of the committee. That time, we should have in mind that the repatriation was considered as the main solution to the refugee problem. Under this scope, the repatriation in the regions which were under Patriarchal Committee's jurisdiction, and the presence of Greek authorities in Eastern Thrace, led to the solution, temporarily finally, of this problem in these areas. In the wider context of the welfare in armistice in Istanbul, I will just mention that there were also supplementary the missions of Red Cross and the Patriotic Relief Foundation, institution under the auspices of the Ministry of Relief. They organize hospitals and orphanages, and especially for the orphanages, we have 2 papers in this panel, so I will not tell anything more. The activities of the Greek state via the mission of the Ministry of Relief in welfare politics of Ottoman Greeks is a typical example of Roger Brubaker's triadic nexus. According to him, in his book Nationalism Reframed, this nexus involves 3 distinct and mutually antagonistic nationalisms. The first is the nationalizing nationalism of a newly independent or newly reconfigured state. The core nation is understood as a legitimate owner of the state, and despite having its own state, however, the core nation is considered as being in a weak cultural, economic, or demographic position within the state. The second is the nationalism of external national homelands. Homeland nationalism monitor the condition, promote welfare, support the activities, and protect interests of their ethno-national kin in other states. The presence of this nationalism becomes more intense when the ethno-national kin is threatened by the dominant ethnic group. Between these 2 mutually antagonistic nationalisms, there are the national minorities, which cultivate their own nationalism. This nationalism is closer to one or another nationalism depending the circumstances. In our case, Greece as as an external national homeland intervenes in the domestic welfare politics of another sovereign state, Ottoman Empire, which under the leadership of Young Turks threatened Greece's ethno-national kin, namely here in our case Greek Orthodox of Istanbul, Sea of Marmara and Eastern Thrace. They, specifically their elite under the leadership of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, approached firstly the Ottoman government, since it believed that it was the most efficient solution for their welfare. However, Sultan's negative stance, in combination with the explosive refugee issue, led them to approach the Greek government. With this way, the relationship between Greek state and Ottoman Greeks is strengthened. As Thrasivoulos Petmezas, head of the mission of the Patriotic Relief Foundation, pointed out in a memorandum in May 1919, I quote, "This mission will create an additional national bond of Greek state with parts of outside the state Hellenism." End of quote. This involvement was not only, of course, moral. In 1919, when Ottoman Empire was in decline and Greece in its zenith, was a suitable time for the Kingdom of Greece to support Ottoman Greeks. Welfare needs, which were appeared because of the First World War, provided a fertile ground for Greek involvement, both materially and administratively. It was an unprecedented and uncommon situation if we have in mind that Greek civil servants worked in a sense in a foreign sovereign state and coordinate the welfare provisions for their ethnic fellows there. This multidimensional mobilization of Greek state becomes clear if we have in mind that at the same time and at the same region was active three Greek institutions: Ministry of Relief, Patriotic Relief Foundation, and Greek Red Cross. In a wider context, these activities are part of the change of notion in welfare which occurred because of the Great War, when relief for social categories like disabled, widows, orphans, or refugees is considered as an obligation of the state and not just philanthropy. In Greek case, key institution for this process was undoubtedly the Ministry of Relief. This notion of obligation to this population is clearly merged in an unpublished report of the ministry for its activities, written in 1920. I quote, "The endangered Greeks outside the Greek state were not forgotten by the Ministry of Relief. The ministry established services, distributed funds, foodstuff, clothing, medicines, cared for their housing and health, supported them against their neighboring hostile races, reorganized and raised their faith in the nation. Its work was really painful, full of danger. However, the ministry intervened in this environment because these needs could not be weighed." End of quote. To sum up, the fluid situation in Near East in the aftermath of the Great War urged Greece to develop this policy, which I think we can name it as transnational welfare, so as to help its ethno-national kin and simultaneously to achieve its political diplomatic aims in the region. With that way, this external national homeland became, via welfare, an additional factor in the complicated situation in the armistice Istanbul. Thank you very much. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Alex, for your presentation. Now our final panelist, Konstantina Adrianopoulou, will join us through Zoom.
Yes.
Yeah, the floor is yours,
Hello,
Konstantina.
It's a pity that I'm not there, but I had to stay in Athens, so greetings from Athens. And many thanks to the conference committee that gave me the opportunity.
Konstantina, wait a minute. Konstantina, wait a minute.
You don't listen, you don't hear me?
Yeah, we are not able to hear you.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. I will shout. I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So the actual title, as you said, is Contested Futures, Futures Rescued Greek Orthodox Children in Istanbul during the Allied occupation era. After the two previous presentations, which were really interesting, I think we have the framework of the era from the Greek perspective. But let me start with a quotation, and I will explain where this is from. So as you can see, I start the quotation, 27th of August 1921, Polixeni Giligiloglu of Dimitris, her father's name, aged 15 to 16 years old, from Sarapli of Gabes. Her parents, named Dimitrios and Zoe, were massacred by the Turks. She was found in Kalambision, in Kadikioi, on the 27th of August at the house of Refat Bey, where she dwelt 3 years ago. As she claims, she came here 8 years ago with her aunt looking for a job. Her aunt placed her at various Turkish homes, then at Zeki Bey's, and on his recommendation at Refat Bey, I received her and handed her over temporarily to the asylum of beggars at Beşiktaş until her admission to the national home. On the 28th of August, she escaped from the asylum, and no one knows where she is. End of quotation. What I just read actually is a typical memo of 24 cases of young girls mainly, and boys, found in Turkish houses in Istanbul during the Greek Orthodox community's investigation for Greek children during armistice time. They constitute a 25-page handwritten booklet entitled Notes on the Christian Children Discovered at Turkish Houses and Institutions, and it covers the period from May 1921 to July 1922. The booklet was kept at the Greek Orthodox Communal Archives. The editor remains unknown, but his notes includes many references to priest networks, so it could most likely have been a religious member of the Pera or Stavrodromi Greek Orthodox community. I know that such intake interviews were common practice in the rescue and neutral houses founded by the League of Nations in Istanbul to house, and not only, to house orphan Christian children found in the streets or in Turkish houses and institutions in the post-armistice era. It was a basic means in the process of reclaiming mainly the Armenian children. Now I'm showing you official registers of the Allied Police, actually Allied Police documents about missing children. These interviews was a basic means in the process of reclaiming mainly the Armenian children back to the blossom of their ethno-religious community, but apparently the Greek Orthodox Ottomans also adopted the practice of conducting such interviews. However, the aforementioned booklet is the only known archival material we have as proof. Generally, the issue of child victims of First World War has not been adequately studied by Greek historiographers, even though the persecutions of Greek Orthodox in the Ottoman Empire during the war have been well researched. And silent also are the stories of Greek Orthodox children placed in Turkish houses and institutions. So in my paper, I will present some of my research's results on this topic, and specifically I will shed light on the policies followed by the Greek authorities during the Allied occupation of Istanbul, focusing on the role attributed to refugee children during the war. Enquired in this context is the extent to which discourse on children articulated by the Greek Ottoman elite from the mid-19th century differs from the one produced during and after the war. Secondly, I will critically discuss the methods adopted by communal authorities for rescuing refugee children, and this issue will bring us to a crucial, albeit extremely difficult question to answer. How did these children respond to rescue or reclaiming policies, and how can we come up, methodologically speaking, with a satisfactory response to this question? Did young Christian girls and boys who found themselves begging in the streets or in Turkish households had any agency in their troubled life? As already mentioned, these interviews with which I started were conducted in the time span from the summer of 1921 to the summer of 1922. According to the head of the League of Nations Commission of Inquiry for Deported Women and Children in Istanbul, Dr. Kennedy, this was a period during which, I quote, "There has been a marked falling off in the number of Islamized women and children reclaimed from Muslim houses and institutions in Constantinople. The Armenian and Greek patriarchates, in view of the fact that the British authorities appeared to disinterest themselves in such matters, hesitated to make applications to them, except in very urgent cases, and only 60 rescues have been effected since the beginning of the year 1922, although the patriarchates have knowledge of hundreds of cases." End of quotation. In the Greek case, it was not only the patriarchate and the Greek Ottoman bourgeois elite of the Ottoman State that took action in favor of the orphan and refugee children. It was largely the Greek state itself, as Alexandros Makris actually mentioned. It is well known that during the First World War was the heyday of Greek nationalism, as expressed by the irredentist ideology of the Megali idea and the concomitant policies. So the Greek Orthodox population of the Ottoman Empire was crucial to the official national narrative and the Greek state's foreign policy. Protecting Greek Ottomans' civilians' lives was a way to defend their national expansionary claims based on the Wilsonian language of the numerical majority's rights and supremacy. Thus, in 1919, the newly established Greek Ministry of Relief founded its branch in Istanbul, the Central Relief Foundation, under the auspices of the Greek High Commission at the city. Parallel to its administrative and coordinating character, as Evangelia Chladi mentioned, the Central Foundation hosted war orphan children, and it founded national homes in Chalki, in Pringipo, in Pendik, and in Pera. In collaboration with the Patriarchate and the secular communal authorities, a network of host institutions was set up, and Evangelia talked about it a lot. Both the Greek state and the community perceived and presented war refugee and orphan children as national property at danger. Under the influence of liberal national ideology of the time, personal dramas and hardships acquired national dimensions. Destitute children, foundlings and orphans, as well as women from lower social strata, were the social groups par excellence around which the Greek Ottoman elite articulated its modern philanthropic / humanitarian discourse and practices from mid-19th century onwards. Children and women were considered as the weakest yet most important groups for the biological reproduction of the community, its distinct ethno-religious identity, and a set of bourgeois values. So their protection was synonymous to the protection of the communal boundaries and the community's reinforcement. Yet under the influence of national ideology, during the First World War, community was replaced by nation. Thus, orphan Greek Orthodox children were represented as the nation's orphans, as you can see in this advertisement from a newspaper of the time, and their hardships were described as national martyrdom. Telling is the announcement for the inauguration of a new orphanage in Pendik, in Istanbul, during the summer of 1920, during which orphans are called young nation martyrs. During the inauguration festivities, orphaned young boys and girls were reported to perform traditional Greek dances in front of the Greek High Commissioner, Mr. Kanelopoulos, celebrating the glory of the family/nation. This leitmotif of children's martyrdom was also quite common in Western Europe, where operations for children compared them to the infants massacred by Herod. So religious connotations were a welcome addition to the otherwise secular humanitarian calls for help. So religion went hand in hand with national ideas. Thus, young Greek Orthodox girls and boys, war victims, are seen as a metaphor of the suffering nation. A good example of this, I think, is the report of the Greek High Commission's representative, who visits Greek homes for boys and girls in Prygipo and Halki Islands, respectively, and he notes, I quote, "The children victims of persecutions should receive proper spiritual education so that they won't carry the traumas of persecutions throughout their life, but also so that the nation won't suffer from the burden of useless and harmful elements. To the contrary, I believe that this is a great opportunity to take advantage of this material in order to gather and structure necessary members and shape useful units for the Greek Orthodox genus. I think that such statements showcase the demographic concerns behind the Greek state's humanitarian intervention. The First World War created thousands of orphan children in need. We all know that. A fact that called for immediate national and international humanitarian action. Just to show the numbers of the orphans in 1920-21, whereas, for instance, in 1904, the communal orphanages in Istanbul hosted around 150 orphans, just to have a comparison. Wartime mistreatment of Ottoman Christians seemed to confirm the 19th century European Orientalistic stereotype of Turks as barbarous Muslims of inferior race, so it does reinforce the plea to the civilized Christian West for humanitarian intervention. Information about lost or abducted Greek Orthodox children and the intense mobilization of the Armenians, who dominated such searches, was one of the reasons behind the decision of the Greek Ottoman authorities and the Greek state to take action. Additionally, I argue that the mobilization for Greek Orthodox children in Turkish houses can also be read in the context of the Greek state's demographic concerns, as I already mentioned. Here I just have a not very successful Google map showing the places from where orphans came to Istanbul and were hosted. And I will just list a few examples. The religious and secular authorities of Bandırma region and Chile collected Greek Orthodox children who had been abducted by Turkish families while begging in the streets. The Greek military forces in Smyrna discovered Greek Orthodox and Armenian children in Turkish houses in Bursa and handed them over to the religious authorities of the region. Also, individual initiatives by Greeks of Istanbul were taken randomly during the Allied occupation of the city. For instance, a resident of Besiktas saw Marika, aged 6 or 7 years old, from Nevşehir playing with other children in the streets, and he, I quote from these notes that I referred in the beginning, he recognized her as a Christian while playing, took her and transferred her to the Patriarchate. But what does this recognition while playing mean? The person who conducted the interview notes that the girl was Turkish-speaking only, so language factor does not seem to be one of the signifiers of nationality here. So what is recognition based on? Is it a religious sign or even an appearance remark that supposedly revealed her identity? In another case, a Greek Orthodox resident of Tatavla, Kurtuluş, saw 9-year-old Fodora walking and weeping in the streets. When asked why she was crying, the girl answered that Meleat Hanum, for whom she was working as a servant, wanted to make her espouse Islam. After that, the young man took the girl and turned her into the Patriarchate. So such stories raise the issue of the methods and criteria used for identifying and reclaiming Greek Orthodox children. Ethno-religious identifications was a tough one, mainly because it entailed a kind of an interrogation process that in many cases brought back memories of a harsh past, the killing or the death of their parents, the abandonment. So this rather traumatic experience reveals a violent side of children rescuing. Going back to the interviews with alleged Greek Orthodox children, with which I opened my talk, These differ in terms of the rhetoric that surrounds them. In these cases, the process of rehabilitation sounds like a crusade to save the Christian identity of the children rather than the children themselves. With few comments on the status and the hardships they most probably have faced, the interviewer insists on the religion-changing issue. The language used gives the stories a martyrdom-like dimension. In many cases, children are presented to be cursed for the Yavur, but strongly and bravely resisting their Turkish masters' intentions to make them Muslims. They try to avoid it, they burst into tears, they run away. They are also presented going to the church so that they would not forget their fear. Religion is overstressed due probably to the clerical identity of the interviewer, but also in the absence of language as a national attribute. The majority of these 24 Greek Orthodox children discovered in Turkish houses and institutions in Istanbul were exclusively Turkish-speaking. Apparently, this was due to the long-lasting absence from a Grecophone environment, and it is also a well-known reality for many Orthodox in the Ottoman Empire and a major contradiction in the Greek national discourse. But be that as it may, the fact that these children, most of whom were in early adolescence, were to be placed in Greek-speaking settings, either in orphanages or with Greek Orthodox families that adopted them, made them face another language change. In addition to these cases, there were cases that did not exactly fit in the strict ethno-religious categorization. I mean, Greek Orthodox. Such was the case of children of mixed marriages. For instance, Marika from Van had an Armenian mother and a Greek Orthodox father. And even though in the Ottoman Empire, patrilinear and patrilocal tradition was in effect legally speaking, such cases were practically questioning the imperial ethno-religious and gendered civil system. And the same problem of these horizontal measures and categorizations of massive scale would arise a few years later with exchange of population. The favorable political juncture of 1919-1922 for the Greeks of Istanbul, combined with the aforementioned religious reflex and the eagerness for demographic rallying, offered the Greek Orthodox authorities the impetus to also rescue persons who did not have the profile of kidnapped children. For example, a 20-year-old Christian woman who had fallen in love with a Muslim man while working in a factory in Zeytinburnu and lived together with him and had a baby, or another woman, 22, not a child anymore, who worked as salary servant in a Turkish house in Çagelköy. All these cases of Christian women and girls who were not exactly war victims, but at the juncture of the city's Allied occupation, they were detached from their Muslim environment, showing the Greek Orthodox eagerness to not allow such cases and enforce demographically the community. But I think that it's very difficult to draw the line between these positive and negative aspects of the so-called humanitarian intervention. Nevertheless, its positive effects should not be taken for granted. Critics of the dispatching of Christian children from Muslim houses talk about cases in which children do not want to leave their homes for many reasons. For instance, 21 years old Katina from Gavez was living in the house of Officer Shukru Bey and his wife. They had no children and they were, I'm quoting, according to the notes this Greek priest took, they were taking really good care of her, and that is why she was detached with great difficulty. Or after that, Katina was placed as a servant in the house of a Greek Orthodox family. Another case, 12 years old Efthymia, who lived from the age of 7 at the house of a trapper, Megenji Bozu Ali Bey, who treated her as his daughter, called her Bebeka and then Melek, and never cursed her for being Yavur, and so on and so forth. So contrary to the mainstream dominant humanitarian discourse that overwhelmingly present children as defenseless and hopeless children, subjects, children need to be viewed as capable of social action, even under adverse circumstances, such as war. Some of the girls, especially the older ones, found and taken by Greek authorities, managed to escape from the orphanages, either for good or just for some days. They were perhaps searching for a better environment and status. For instance, the Armenian authorities handed over to the Greek representatives a 16-year-old Anastasia from Adana, who refused to stay with them. When she returned to the neutral house, the Armenians placed her at the Greek orphanage in Khalki. Anastasia demanded to go back to Istanbul. However, 4 days later, she returned to Khalki, eventually staying at the orphanage. Or 13 years old Fotini from Aydin was found in the Turkish orphanage at Kayıthane, where she was badly treated and bullied. Yet after her admission at the Greek house in Khalki, she escaped and gave herself in to the Turkish police of the island, insisting that she was a Muslim. Thus, she was able to leave for Istanbul. Those and other similar stories bring out, I think, individual choices and strategies that question the rescue policies, offering examples of the children's agency. This is, of course, not to say that pro-children action was not needed. Still, it presented contradiction, as most large-scale measures in times of emergency do. To sum up, Greek Orthodox children victims of the war preoccupied the Greek Ottoman authorities and the Greek state. Both presented children as collective symbols of the war, of national martyrdom, mobilizing national forces and structures, as well as communal networks for their support. Children rescue was seen as a humanitarian act, but also as a demographic necessity for national numeric enforcement. In particular, the individual cases of Greek Ottoman children found in Turkish houses and institutions, mostly in Istanbul during Allied occupation, shed light to an unknown Greek historiographic topic. They bring to the fore the importance attributed to these children, the contradictions in methods of rescue and categorization of rehabilitating persons, and at the same time, they underline children's own agency. Indeed, through these memos and surveys, children emerge as social actors or carriers of agency. Despite their scarce numbers, fragmentations, and overlaps, such stories, I think, intersect with important political events, offering a historiographic glimpse of undereducated, albeit crucial aspects of this past. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you, Konstantina. Evet, şimdi sanırım bayağı vaktimiz var soracağız.
Thank you, Konstantina. I believe we have about 10 minutes for Q&A.
Hear me right now?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Great. Okay, now we have time for questions. Please state your name and the name of the speakers to whom your question will be addressed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My name is Ozan Ceyhan. I would like to ask Evangelia, thank you for your presentation. I have a question in my mind that you mentioned the orphans, the children are taken to Soviet Armenia and France and Egypt. I can understand the European Armenia, but why Egypt? Because of the ancient relations with Greece and Egypt, or why Egypt?
It's about the Armenian, the last comments, maybe I was not very clear. The last comments, it was about the Armenian orphans only in Greece. So I don't have, it's not, I haven't done research on that. Just I wanted to give some information that I found it interesting. I mean, I know that there is research on the subject probably there is somebody here that is more can answer this question. I think Mary Herol, I think, knows better that I can see from here. But we know that Greece, this is maybe not very known. Greece was the third destination for Armenian population in general, if I'm not wrong. I'm wrong. We have, but the majority of this population, not only the orphans, also the refugees, the adult refugees, they were transferred in the decade in the 30s until 1920s, 30s. They were transferred to other countries. I think that we have more specialists here that can add to that.
İsmim Tuncer Duman.
My name is Tuncer Duman. I would like to thank you very much for this. My name is Tuncer Duman. Thank you very much. I have few brief questions. My question is addressed to Evangelia Ahladi, but other panelists may also respond. Photographs of orphanages in the island, they are still here, but what about Ayas Pasha, Pera, and others? What is the state of these orphanages? Are these orphanages still remain today? There are perhaps still remnants. That's my first question. And second question is, of course, there are certain areas in Istanbul, like Tuzla, Arnavutköy, where we have a great number of Greek Orthodox community members living. What was the main decision for selection of these sites or locations? Was it a decision by the Greek Orthodox community? What is the reason for these orphanages concentrating in the islands? Is there any special reason for that? A third question, daily life in orphanages. Do we have any documents, any information as to the daily life of orphanages? For instance, are orphanages used also as administrative buildings? Are orphanages, did orphanages also function as schools? Or would children staying at the orphanages be taken to school separately? And what about the aid, for instance, clothing aid? Do we have any documents on that? Thank you. I cannot give you an accurate response, but in terms of site location, before the war, the orphanage on Princess Island was opened in 1913 because of the significant Greek Orthodox population, and also, of course, the island offered a very good site. And indeed, this orphanage on Principe Island was not foreseen as an orphanage. It was constructed to function as a hotel, but only after it was taken over by the ecumenical patriarchate, it functioned as an orphanage. And do we still have remnants of these buildings? I don't know. I don't have any research on that because I have recently started working on this. I don't have photographs, I don't have documents, but of course there are many witness accounts. There are some Greek Orthodox who used to work as teachers or principals at these schools or orphanages, and they shared very good account about their experience of the orphanage in Principe Island. They also give us very good insights about daily life in these orphanages. I believe I've also covered this in my intervention, but yes, there are some schools inside orphanages, and indeed the orphanage complex on Principe Island included a separate school section, and many orphanages also had workshops. What was the other question? Interpreters need microphone. Yes, this was the case prior to the war. For instance, the Ottoman government offered meal assistance to the Greek orphanage in Principe Island, but this was the case before the war. At least this is what I read. I don't have any other information available. Well, of course, after the war, it was mostly the foreign commissioners, particularly the American commissioners, who provided that type of assistance. I hope I could respond to your question. Are there any other questions from our audience? Şale Mildanoğlu. We all ask questions to Evangelia Ahladi. I want to ask questions about the children who were sent to Greece, who were transferred to Greece. What happened to them? Their whereabouts, I'm curious. Were they also sent to orphanages in Greece, or were they placed into families? And when it comes to Armenian children, did they establish any separate or special mechanisms? Were they transferred to families where Armenian kids were handed to patriarchate? Yes, there used to be very big orphanages in Greece, as I also showed in the photographs, but for how long these orphanages operated and when they closed down exactly, this I can't tell. When we look into the bibliography, we can see that starting from the 1930s, we see more and more of Armenian schools, and I think we can use Armenian schools to make an opinion on that, and perhaps you can help me on that because you know this subject better than myself. Hello. Concerning Armenian children and orphanages Armenian children were transferred to, there were certain centers in Greece: Corinth, Corfu, Syros, Oropos. There were certain orphanages in those islands, and of course the number of Armenian children was quite significant, almost half the population of Greek children, talking about 7,000, 8,000 Armenian children. I believe that these orphanages were shut down even before 1930. They were closed down around 1929 because by that time these children at the orphanages, they grew older. Some of them got married, some of them started to work. So I believe by 1929 these orphanages were closed down. We can still take one more question, one last question. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to ask a question, but I would like to clarify a point about Armenian orphanages in particular. I'm not talking only about post-1914. I believe that we should talk about the history of Armenian orphanages. I mean, if you are looking for a nation which is quite wealthy of orphanages, then one needs to look into the Armenian nation. So the problems did not really start in 1914, even earlier. For instance, if we consider 1869, one could think of the massacres in many provinces in Anatolia, and as a result of these massacres, there were many orphanages established for Armenian children, and this is not only limited to Istanbul. We have Amasya, Sinop, many orphanages in those provinces around Anatolia. And after 1915, there was an influx into Istanbul, and as a result, new orphanages were established. There was a committee established by the Patriarchate. This is a very long story indeed. Thousands of Armenian children from Anatolia were placed into various Armenian schools, and there was one special orphanage for girls and one for boys. But at the end of the day, there were so many orphan children that those children had to be placed into multiple Armenian schools in Istanbul. One would never think about it, but for instance, in Izmir, there was a very important orphanage, and it was long before 1914. So we should actually trace back further if we are talking about Armenian nation and orphanages. Thank you very much for this contribution. With that, I would like to close this session. I would like to thank our panel and our audience. By the way, we will now break for lunch, and we will resume in 1 hour. We have lunch boxes upstairs. Enjoy your meal.
France. He's the project director and the chief editor of the Berlin-based Hoshemadian website. He's also teaching at Freie University in Berlin, and his research interests include French colonialism, Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, and refugee issues in the Middle East. And the title of his presentation will be "The Story of a Speech, Debating Armenian-Turkish Relations in Istanbul in the Aftermath of World War I." And if there's a delay, we will start with the other speakers. That will be the only online presentation. Our second speaker is Andreas Baltas, is a graduate of physical education and sports, as well as a graduate of political science and public administration of Athens University. He holds a master's degree in organization and management of sports institutions and enterprises from the University of Peloponnese. He received his PhD degree from the Department of Political Science and History at Pantheon University. He works as a physical education teacher in primary education and teaches social and cultural history of sports at the Hellenic Open University. And the title of his talk will be "Sports and National Ideologies in Istanbul During the Armistice Period, 1918 to 1922, the Case of Local Greek Sports Clubs." And our last speaker is Sona Baldrian, who graduated from the Department of Business Administration at the American University of Armenia in 2018 and completed her master's degree at the Department of Political Science and International Relations of the same university in 2021. Currently, she manages the Feminist Oral Stories project at Women's Fund Armenia. Her main research areas are reproductive justice, anti-gender movements, and feminist research methods. Welcome again. So is our guest ready? The first one? Arkadaşlar? Tamam, oldu. So Andres, we'll start with you, if that's okay. Our speakers are really wonderful in terms of time management, so I don't think I will have to warn them. And then after at the end of the panel, we will have questions, Q&A session. Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Hrant Dink Foundation for the opportunity it gave me to be here and for the warm hospitality. The defeat of the Ottoman Empire in 1918 and the occupation of Istanbul by the armies of the Allied powers gave the opportunity to the leading groups of the local Greek Orthodox community to adopt the irredentist policies of the Greek state and to implement a nationalistic program on a broad scale with the encouragement of the Prime Minister of Greece, Eleftherios Venizelos. The activity of the local Greek sports clubs was also included in this program. The purpose of this paper is to analyze the activity developed by the sports clubs of the Greeks of Istanbul during the armistice period and its relationship with the Greek national ideology. The issues under consideration are the formation of local Greek sports clubs and their connection with the cultural memory of ancient Greece, the establishment of the Committee of National Defense and its patronage on Greek sports of Istanbul, the institutionalization of local Greek sports and the establishment of sports games, the use of mnemonic practices and Greek national symbols, and the competition of local ethno-religious groups through sports. Primary research was carried out in the archives of sports clubs of the time in Greece and Istanbul, as well as in the press of the time, especially Progress newspaper, whose issues concerning the period 1920-1922 were found in the archives of Estia Nea Smyrnis in Athens. The reforms that took place in the Ottoman Empire during the 19th century led to the modernization of the state and the adoption of new practices. Physical education was introduced into military schools and public education, while in the last quarter of the century, sports clubs appeared and expressed the political values and the new code of conduct of the rising middle classes. The presence of the Levantines in the major centers of Istanbul and Smyrna was a catalyst for the introduction of modern sports in the Ottoman Empire, and thus a new sports culture was adopted by the members of the middle classes of all ethnicities of the empire. Common perceptions of the body, masculinity, and well-being of individuals began to be formed then among educators and fans of all ethnicities in the empire. Thus, a common culture of physical education and sports was formed among the members of the middle classes of the Muslim, Christian, and Jewish communities from the 1870s until World War I. The rise of nationalisms, wars between the Balkan states, and the irredentist aspirations of the non-Muslim ethnic groups of the empire inevitably affected sports as well, with the result that sports clubs functioned as carriers of the national ideology of their members. Great idea, Megali Idea, which advocated the integration into the Greek state of all territories where solid Greek populations lived, formed the ideological framework of Greek irredentism. In this context, all Greek governments during the second half of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th implemented a program of homogenization of the Greek populations of the Ottoman Empire, which included actions and practices of national unification of the Greek Orthodox in Asia Minor, where sports had also a prominent place among them. In the last quarter of the 19th century, modern Greek sports were developed outside the borders of the newly formed Greek state, in cities where numerous Greek populations lived, such as Istanbul, Smyrna, Alexandria, Salonika, and Limassol. In this framework, Greek sports clubs of Istanbul were linked with the Greek national ideology through the connection with the cultural memory of ancient Greece and the legacy of the ancient Olympic Games. In addition, during the same period, the performance of the first modern Olympic Games in Athens mobilized the members of the Greek communities of Istanbul, leading to the establishment of the first gymnastics and sports associations, which they are listed below: Greek Association Hermes, Gymnastic Association Heracles of Kurtulus, Olympia of Robert College, Theseus of Boyadzikyoi, Gymnastic Association Ares of Arnavutkyoi, Gymnastics Association Perseus of Kumkapi, Alexander of Buyukdere, Gymnastic Association Achilles of Zimbali, Hellenic Gymnastic Association Jason of Constantinople, etc. Greek antiquity was the source of inspiration for the founders of these Greek sports clubs, as can be clearly seen from the names and symbols they adopted. It was the era in which, according to George Moss, under the influence of the national movements of Europe, I quote, "the cult of the nation, the culture of the national idea, which is composed of myths, rituals, and symbols, began to take shape," end of quote. The cultural memory of the Greeks of Istanbul was oriented towards the history and the founding myths of the Greek communities of the city, and according to Jan Assmann's theory, this past was condensed into symbolic formulas to which memory was attached. Through the rituals and symbols, this past was recalled, and thus Greeks of Istanbul were becoming aware of their identity. During the armistice period, Istanbul became the symbolic center of Greek irredentism, and sports of the local Greeks were also part of this policy. Since 1918, the nationalists of the Greek community of Istanbul took the leadership of Rum Millet and implemented an extensive program of promotion of the Greek national ideology, seeking to transform Istanbul into a state within a state, thus serving the irredentist policy of Eleftherios Venizelos. This program included speeches, poems, newspaper articles, announcements, and popular events. The performance of sporting events could not be absent from this program. In this framework, Greek communities of Istanbul organized sports competition very often. During the armistice period, these events acquired a strong national nature and were associated with Greek irredentism. In August 1920, and while the Treaty of Sèvres had been signed, the Greek Association of Sports Fans and Music Lovers of Arnavutköy decided to organize the third Pan-Constantinopolitan Sports Games, much, I quote, much for the demonstration of Greek sports as for the moral exaltation and domination of our ancient race against the foreign people who live in our city, end of quote. The games were performed under the protection of Greek Major General Katechakis, who gave himself the medals and diplomas. At the end of the games, a parade of athletes took place at the stadiums and the suburb of Arnavutköy. The defeat of Venizelos in the November elections of 1920 surprised and angered as well the Greeks of Istanbul. Thus, the representatives of their communities, political organizations and associations, the owners of the local Greek newspapers, as well as prominent figures of the local Greek society, elected a 12-member committee, which was called the Committee of National Defense, to deal with the new conditions. The committee collaborated with the officers who were devoted to Venizelos and who had taken refuge in the Ottoman capital, but also with the employees of the Greek High Commissioner, who had remained loyal to Venizelos. Members of this committee participated in the sports activities of their community as well to promote their political and national ideas. In June 1921, the anniversary of the unification of the Association Progress with the gymnastics club Heracles was celebrated in the presence of the Orthodox Church authorities, many officers of the Committee of National Defense, the president of the Hellenic Philological Association, and many others. At the beginning of the ceremony, the Greek national anthem was performed, and afterwards, Leonidas Iassonidis, a prominent member of the local Greek community, took the floor on behalf of the Committee of National Defense. After making historical references to the Greek Revolution, he expressed the devotion of the Greeks of the Ottoman Empire to Eleftherios Venizelos. He even declared that, I quote, even if King Constantine entered Istanbul, the Greeks of the city would welcome him with the anthem of Venizelos. End of quote. Members of the local Greek sports clubs used to express also their devotion to Venizelos on any occasion. On March 1921, Athletic Association Fidipides of Ortaköy organized its ball dancing party, which was held under the protection of Greek General Ioannou and his staff. The young girl Despina Hadjiiliadou recited a poem which referred to Venizelos. The administration of the association also declared General Ioannou as an honorary member, and afterwards the Greek officers danced national dances. You can see in this photo very clearly the photo of Venizelos on the left. Connection with the memory of ancient Greece was particularly evident in sports activities and public ceremonies as well, mainly through the personal participation of everyone. According to Jan Assmann, the members of a community participate in cultural memory through the assembly and personal presence of each one. the fests and rituals transmit knowledge and define the identity of the community within from their repetition. It was precisely for these practices that Paul Connerton, on his part, introduced the concept of embodied memory, which refers to the conveyance of collective memory through embodied rituals. Okay. In the same period, 45 scout groups operated in Istanbul and the wider region. In January 1920, we read in the newspaper Progress that the groups of scouts had multiplied and numbered 1,000 members. The first groups of scouts were formed in the Club Hermes, and their members were originated from Peran and Tatavla, Kurtuluş. On May 17, 1920, the second great swearing-in ceremony of the Greek Scouts of Istanbul took part and young people marched on Sicily Avenue, Taksim Square, and the great street of Pera. On June 14, 1920, a great celebration was held in the gardens of Peran, Taksim, in honor of the victorious Greek army. Scouts parade, while groups of young people dressed in ancient and folk Greek dresses danced traditional Greek dances. The announcements in the press about the Scouts events were typical as well. I quote, "Everyone should come to the stadium today to celebrate the fest of the Greek Scouts. It is their day, during which we will have the opportunity to admire their organization, their strength, and the Greek vigor." Greek sports of Istanbul had acquired special characteristics compared to the sport of other ethnicities of the city, as local Greek sports clubs were functioning under the supervision of the Greek Gymnastics and Athletic Association and the Olympic Games Committee of the Greek Kingdom. In March 1922, several representatives of the local Greek sports and gymnastic clubs of Istanbul gathered in the office of the prominent member of the local Greek community, Timoleon Tagaris, with the aim of establishing an association among their clubs. The aim of the association was the communication and mutual support of local Greek sports clubs, the regular organization of games, the carrying out of sports statistics, and the enforcement of sports in every way. The choice of goddess Artemis, Diana, as the symbol of the association, which referred to ancient Greece, and the yellow-black banner, which was associated to Byzantium, highlighted the national orientation of the new association, and the timeless continuity of the Greeks of Istanbul was promoted as well. The role of YMCA to the spread of sports in the military during the period in question was very crucial. On May 27 and 29, 1922, the International Games of Istanbul took place at Taksim Stadium by YMCA. Sports associations of all the ethnicities of Istanbul participated in them: Turkish, Greek, Armenian, Jewish, Russian, YMCA, as well as the Sports Association of the English. Reading the results of the games, one finds a dominance of the Greek athletes, while the Greek football team of Pera Club won the first place. Thus, these games were an opportunity for the Greeks of Istanbul to certify their sporting superiority over other ethnicities. One of the provisions of the statute of the newly established Association of Sports Clubs of Istanbul was the performance of annual sports games under the name Artemisia. On August 12, 1922, newspaper Progress announced the performance of the Artemisia Games. According to the newspaper, the games would be attended by the Greek commander of the fleet, as a representative of the High Commissioner, the head of the Greek military mission, the head of the Inter-Allied Police, Maxwell, etc. Finally, the games took place on August 14, 1922, at Taksim Stadium, with the participation of 15 Greek sports clubs just before the collapse of the Greek front in Asia Minor. In the period 1918-1922, football teams from all ethnicities of Istanbul competed against each other. Teams of allied warships also were taking part in these games. Pera Club was the most famous football team of that time, dominated local football during the period 1918-1922 and winning the title of the champion team of Turkey. The leading football player of Pera Club was Konstantinos Negrepondis, later leader of AEK Athens. The importance of football victories is shown in an interview given in 1930 by Negrepondis. I quote, "Because you should know," he says, "that then we were not only fighting for the colors of our team, but also the prestige of our nation, our tribe. When we started a match, we thought very, very well that we absolutely had to win. If it was a bad day for us, then we made a double effort to become respected by the opponents. The idea that we were represented our motherland made us invincible. I confess that Pera Club owes so many of its successes to the training and discipline of its members, but mainly to the idea of the prestige of our race. We thought very well that if the team won, the defeat would reflect on all expatriates of the city, on all Greeks." End of quote. During the same period, boxing was also a very popular sport in Istanbul. Boxing matches were held by the Boxing Association of Peran in local theaters, and boxers from all ethnicities of the city participated, as well as soldiers of the Allied armies. The description of a boxing match of Greek champion Petros Mazloumidis at the newspaper Athletics on March 16, 1929, is indicative of the competitive atmosphere of the time. I quote, "Petros Mazloumidis defeated the champion of the English Fleet House at the Alcazar Theatre in front of thousands of spectators. For the past weeks, the press had been posting about this event. Mazloumidis punched House and he fell to the ground covered in blood. The director of the newspaper Prodos, Konstantinos Panoudis, climbed into the ring and kissed Mazloumidis on the forehead." End of quote. Incidents and testimonies like the above highlight the atmosphere of competition that existed among the spectators of the various population groups of Istanbul and the importance that victory had for each of them. Thus, one could say that in the stadiums and rings of Istanbul, a simulation of national rivalries was taking place. And I'm coming to my conclusions. Sports activity of the Greeks of Istanbul during the armistice period was a major aspect of the activity of this ethno-religious group of the city and was connected with the Greek national ideology and the irredentist policies of the Greek state. A key factor of this activity was the Committee of National Defense, which was established by the members of the leadership of local Greeks and formed its own strategy in cooperation with local allied military and administrative authorities. Loyalty to Venizelos and opposition to King Constantine were cornerstones of this activity. This was based on the institutionalization of local Greek sports through the formation of the Association of Sports Clubs of Constantinople and the performance of sports games. The main purpose of participating in games was to project the sporting superiority of the Greeks over the other ethno-religious groups of Istanbul and to boost the morale of local Greeks. The memory of ancient Greece and the use of national Greek symbols were also components of this activity. The collapse of the Asia Minor front in August 1922 and the Asia Minor catastrophe inevitably led to the end of this activity. Many members of the leadership of the Greeks of Istanbul who participated in it fled to Greece in the period of October-December 1922 to save themselves from acts of retaliation. Those who remained in Istanbul continued to participate in the boards of the sports clubs that were preserved with new names and under the new conditions of the Turkish Republic. Those who left were settled in the major urban centers of Greece and founded sports clubs such as AEK in Athens and PAOK in Salonika, keeping the memory of Istanbul alive and continuing to serve Venizelos party and ideology in Greece. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think at the beginning I missed saying the name of your paper. So Sona Baldrian will present a paper titled "Armenian Women in Post-Genocide Turkey, 1919 to 1921 from the standpoint of the hygiene periodical. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sona Badrian, as I've already been introduced. I'm a feminist researcher from Yerevan, Armenia. And the paper that I will present today, I've been working on it for the past 2 years in grad school and also at my job. And I'm very grateful to the Hrant Dink Foundation for this opportunity to finally present it to the public. So my research paper studies Armenian women in the context of Istanbul's occupation through the articles written in the Haygin periodical. Haygin means Armenian woman, which was this Armenian women's magazine published by the Armenian Women's Association. The Armenian Women's Association, or AWA, was founded in July of 1919 and was the first women's organization in Istanbul to work on advocating for the political and educational rights of women and girls. Their bi-weekly publication, Haygin, was founded and edited by Haykan Ushmark, who you can see here, pictured here. She's second from right. This publication was published from 1919 to 1933. It is the only Armenian magazine or publication that was published after the Kemalists came to power in 1923. The first issues of Haygin, from the very first issues of Haygin, the discrepancies between wanting to be traditional women and enjoying the liberties of modernity are evident. Due to this, these times have proven to be full of contradictions and paradoxes for Armenian feminists. These were women who identified as feminists. This is not something that we, have called them retrospectively. Feminists such as Haykan Ushmark, Zaruhi Bahri, Zaruhi Kalemgerian, and others had to carefully balance between their national and gender interests. This is already evident in the very first issue of Haygin, where the Armenian Women's Association's plan is published. So glancing through the 9-point plan of AWA, I want to particularly pay attention to the 6th and 7th points, which are connected to the women's role in the private and the public spheres. So the 6th point states that the goal of AWA should be to keep Armenian women's traditional characteristics and educate her as a wife, as a mother, member of society, and citizen. Meanwhile, the 7th point, which is on the public role of the women, states that to wake in her the consciousness about her interests and rights so that she will reach the same level of material and socio-political position as men. We see that these two things are inherently at odds with each other. Apparently, the material and socio-political equality to men would be achieved through not changing the roles of women in the private sphere. This is what my research is mainly about. I'm interested in understanding how communal agendas in the public sphere have shaped the lives of women and girls in the private sphere. This research paper studies Armenian women's relationship to the public spheres of occupied Istanbul, be it the Armenian, Turkish, or Western public spheres. I start with the Western public sphere to set up the context in which Armenian women operated. Then I move on to the Turkish public sphere to show the inherent inequalities between the Armenian community and the Turkish state. And then I finally move on to the Armenian public sphere and its relation to its private sphere. My research asks 3 research questions, which are, the first one was, what was Armenian women's relationship to the civilized world? As you can see, I have the term civilized world in quotation marks. The second one was, what was Armenian women's relationship to the Turkish public sphere? And finally, the third one was, what was Armenian women's relationship with Armenian community power holders? As you can see, I've put small graph here to show this relationship and the inherent power balances between each of them. So when it comes to the Armenian women's relationship between the West, we have already discussed this, the speakers before me have already discussed this, that the Ottoman Empire was considered to be the sick man of Europe, and the occupation of Istanbul to some extent was supported by local Armenians. They saw the Western powers as a force that could balance out Turkish state power and give them time to revive the nation. With the promise of Wilsonian statehood, the occupation of Istanbul was more of an opportunity than a threat for Bolsahais, which are the Armenians of Istanbul. As many of these Bolsahai women were well educated and spoke many languages, most notably French, their articles in Haygin periodical show familiarity with Western politics. And we see also this in their efforts in lobbying for the Armenian cause in the West, as well as their analysis of Western feminist movements. Here you can see Hakan Uşmak, who is portrayed as a suffragette. And here you can see Zari Kalemkenian, one of the main contributors to Haygin periodical. She is returning with her grandson from the US. And she is also involved in advocating for the Armenian cause. And Armenian women actively advocated for the Armenian question, Armenian cause around the world, and this was one of the main goals of Armenian Women's Association. This had a lot to do with how they viewed Western powers. From the very first editorials of Haygin, Hakan Uşmak starts with, the great Western diplomacy sees us, Armenians, as the torch-bearers of the East. Humane foreigners are dealing with our fates. An example of these lobbying efforts is a poem found in Haygin that had previously been published in the Seattle Sunday Times in 1919 after a fundraising event for Armenia. I have a rough translation of the poem here. This is the poem. Oh, the West, where the people govern. Perhaps God told you to help the countries of the East, where disaster reigns. Oh, Western country, oh, free world, oh, America, Armenia is calling for you. The emperor, the sultan, the czar murdered my son. The rivers are red from my blood. Destroyed are my fields and hills. Oh, the Western world, where people are the rulers. It's God's will. Your flag represents peace. To the Eastern world where disaster reigns. Oh, Western country, oh, free world, oh, America, Armenia is calling for you. Evidently, the author, and to some extent also the Armenian Women's Association, see Western powers as saviors, there to save Armenia from the savagery of the Eastern world. And when I say that Armenians and Armenian women were well versed in Western politics, I do not mean it in a sense that they were critical of the material conditions that Europe and America produced in their respective colonies. I mean that they are well versed in spreading the imperialist narratives perpetrated by the West. So this uncritical look at the West and the promotion of the white savior narrative was a big misconception on the part of Armenian women that also led to political miscalculation on how trustworthy and willing these Western allies were. I want to move on to the question of Western feminism. In a lot of in a lot of issues of Haygin, you can find many articles on Western feminism and the feminist movement in the West. So Armenian writers have had the opportunity to criticize and add their own opinions on this issue. The Armenian writers and the contributors to Haygin recognize the role women play in the private sphere and make sure to get it across that they do not want to go against the established norms in the private. What they want is compensation for the work they do in the private, in the form of access to the public. For instance, in the very first issue of Haygin, author Hüpsime Arabian analyzes the feminist demands on relationships, politics, and the economy. So I want to focus here on the issue of sexuality. She cites physiological differences between men and women for why women who seek free love would become prodigal and doomed. It states that the woman who seeks freedom of love is a paradox that will be a catastrophe for humanity. So their criticism of Western feminism is not limited to the issue of sexuality, of course, but because of time restrictions, I can't go into much details. I wanted to mention this example. We see elements of liberal feminism here that often take issue with more radical forms of organizing. We see how they take issue with feminist protesters and their methods, calling them unwomanly. Let's move on to my next research question, which was on the Armenian women's relationship with the Turkish public and private spheres. So the Armenian genocide was committed through a calculation of who will transmit Armenianness, and therefore it was gender and age conscious. Though Armenian women and children weren't considered to be carriers of Armenianness. And due to this reason, they survived in greater numbers, the genocide, and they were integrated into Turkish families by being abducted by them. So the Mudros Armistice had a clause on the release of prisoners of war, which the Armenian community saw as a green light to liberate the Islamized Armenian women and children from Turkish households. So therefore, the occupation years served as an opening for national revival through orphan gathering missions, in which AWA members actively participated. In an article from Haikin, Zaruhi Bahri, who was one of the most prominent members of AWA and very prominent in the community, talks about a recently liberated 6-year-old who, when asked about their nationality, said, "I am a Turk. My mother was a Turk, but my father was Armenian. That is why the Turks killed him. My mother told me before she died." Bahri continues then, "This is what our mothers did in exile, in misery, Islamized, everything lost. They did not forget in the last minutes to teach their child that their fathers were Armenian." Armenian women and by extension the Armenian community saw the children as a way to revive the nation. This is why the Armenian Patriarchate decided that every child born to an Armenian woman was Armenian. This fundamentally changed the ideas of patrilinearity that existed in Armenian family institutions before the genocide. This was, of course, done to increase the number of Armenians so that their cause for self-determination would be more legitimate. However, not all of these women wanted to have these children. Some of them were raped by their abductors and sought to have abortions. These women were accused of infanticide for wanting to terminate their pregnancies. I can talk a little bit more about this in the Q&A session if anyone is interested of any examples of this happening. This embracing of natalist rhetoric and puts additional pressure on the Armenian women's bodies, as if to tell the Armenian women that the only valuable role they could play in the nation building was childbearing. Here I also want to focus on an article called "Mental Health of Young Girls Who Forcefully Became Mothers" by Zgohar Kazmelian. It talks about how teenage girls who have been victims of sexual violence and as a result had children, hated motherhood and were failing at it. It says that society should not blame them, but instead the Armenian Red Cross and AWA should work together to make sure that these young girls are allowed to learn how to become good mothers. Here is a quote from the article. "Hardly mature enough to understand what the world is like, they fell into the hands of these monsters and became a toy of their passions. Now that they are mothers, they drag their existence, cursing the world and the child they gave birth to." We see just how common it was for victims of sexual violence to be victimized twice, once by the Turkish state, then by Armenian community organizations. This, of course, brings us to the issue of prodigal women. And these were women who had to turn to prostitution slash sex work to make a living. This could have been returning women liberated from Turkish families whose families did not accept them back, or this could have been women and children who did not have families at all. In the March of 1920, the editorial by Haikanush Mark says that returning women are morally dead. They can't raise a good nation, and they have to turn to prostitution to make a living. The first issue of August 1920 starts with an editorial about Meru, which in Armenian means bee. This is a workshop under the leadership of Simon Gaisrelian that was taking care of prodigal women's vocation. The issue of prodigal women is, and will continue to be, says the article. It mentions that it would be unfair to expect that AWA will deal with this issue as well, and that the individual efforts of the community members would be enough to solve this problem. It mentions Armenian rich women, saying that they should follow Madame Gaisrelian's example and individually provide relief for Armenian poor women to prevent them from moral degradation. The editorial ends by stating that moral lectures without financial support are in vain and not useful for keeping Armenian women and girls away from sex work. If we are honest in our wishes, if we truly want to keep them away from their downfall, our talk and money should go together. It is important that Haikin is trying to shift the focus from moral lectures to financial aid to these women, recognizing that it is poverty and abandonment by the community that has led these women to sex work. However, saying that, that the individual efforts of the rich women would help to solve the problem of mass poverty seems a bit naive on the part of the editor. Moving on to my last research question, where I study Armenian women's relationship to Armenian communal structures and community power holders. As I've already said, our Armenian women's national and gender interests are at odds throughout the occupation. We see how they are trying to balance between nationalism and women's rights advocacy. For a long time, elite Armenian women saw, this is even before the genocide, saw nationalism as a necessary reaction to what the Armenians of Ottoman Empire have been through. In an editorial from December 1919, Haikanush Mark writes, "Let it be putting yourself into the narrow-minded scope of nationalism when we say that now more than ever, we need to be nationalists, if that is how some understand the responsibility to love your nation." The editorial shames those who are ashamed of their Armenian ancestry, at home or abroad. It continues, "We should not be ashamed of being Armenian. The opposite. We should be proud. History considers us one of the most enlightened nations. We were the first to adopt Christianity. We are economically developed, smart, sharp, and hardworking." Here we see the responsibility to contribute to the production of national myths. Another interesting aspect of Haikin's articles on nationalism is this class tensions that exist between Armenian rich and poor women, as well as its educated middle class and small business owners. So Haikin's articles frequently shamed rich women for not doing enough for the nation and spending their money on lavish lifestyles. Haikin's article would often call on rich women, saying that the issue of national revival rests upon the shoulders of a few women engaged in those organizations, and a few are joining the cause. One of these articles says that whenever asked, other women excuse their non-participation by saying they are too busy, too delicate, or bring some other excuse. It calls upon women to start organizing in their neighborhoods, whether it is for the church, lyceums, theaters, or language cultivation efforts. It tells them to wake up from sweet dreams and engage in reconstruction efforts. Since I talked about Armenian women's role in orphan gathering missions and anti-abortion policies, here I want to focus on their role in advocating for women's rights. So in 1919, two MPs had requested that Armenian women get the right to vote in the Armenian National Assembly. And the editor, Haikanush Mark, threw her support behind this initiative, saying that Armenian women are half the nation and they have obligations as well as rights according to that. Mark says that women have responsibilities, but they also have rights. And even though she does not endorse women abandoning their roles, which would be an ugly act. again quotation marks because I'm quoting her, the women in the National Assembly are not just for decoration. They also work hard in service of the nation. The second issue of May 1921 starts addressing with the accusations made against Haygin in two journals published in Constantinople and Smyrna respectively. So there have been made some accusations against Haygin that it was engaging in anti-Armenian politics for advocating for women's rights. So the slanderous accusations were published because of the publications push for Armenian women's rights in the National Assembly. And the editorial argues that being a politically active woman does not make one forget her domestic responsibilities. It says, however hard the administrators, referring to the men in the National Assembly, try to stop women's participation, progress and reform are inevitable. Here I also want to mention this article by Anais, in which she says that Armenian women, in which she talks about how the Armenian community views the question of Armenian women's rights. She says that intellectuals realize that women do not enjoy the rights that they deserve. The conservatives think women and gender equality are immoral questions Armenians should not be bothered with, while the public is rather reactionary and relies on its intuition when it comes to these issues. This shows how hostile the overall environment was to women's rights and feminist concerns. And my last slide is a conclusion. In conclusion, nation building in post-genocide Turkey was a gendered process, often done at the expense of Armenian women's agency and physical bodies. Armenian feminists tried to achieve gender equality while also holding patriarchal ideals and beliefs, which ultimately made their demands seem inconsequential. They strived for the best for their community, often privileging communal agency over the individual agency. This often harmed the very women whose rights they were trying to protect. Overall, this research is a case study of how the patriarchy limits our imagination to strive for a better world. Thank you.
Hello, now we have our last speaker. Hello, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Now it's done. Yeah, I'm hearing you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. So first, I'm very sorry for not being on time. Yeah, I feel lost by change of times between Berlin and Istanbul. But at least I know on what times I will speak today, and aftermath of ceasefire in November 1918. So the Armistice Declaration was followed by the occupation of Istanbul by victorious Allied forces, mainly the British. And this is a period marked also by the liberation of the Armenian deportees. Many survivors of the massacres returned to their homes with the hope to start a new life. That means a new chapter was opening in the history of the Armenians of the Ottoman Empire. It was also historical period for occupied Istanbul, and by this way for the whole Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Parliament was still working. Turkish newspapers were released, and there was a new public space for political debate and discussion. I shall here recount an episode that will help us understand the significance of the moment. And this was about a debate that raged in the Armenian press in Istanbul, Izmir, Aleppo, Adana, and elsewhere. And despite its Armenian connotation, the debate concerned the Turkish-Armenian relations, or more precisely, what remained of those relations in the aftermath of the genocide, and what perspectives the occupied Istanbul was offering for its development. The debate was touched off by a speech by Artin Efendi Boşgezenyan, a native of Aintab, a former member of the Committee for Union and Progress, and a representative from Aleppo in the Ottoman Empire, in the Ottoman Parliament. What did Artin Efendi declare in his speech? Taking the floor of the Parliament on 5/18 November 1918, he said, I quote, "The Turkish nation today stands accused before the civilized world. Today there is an enormous crime which stands as the most sorrowful and bloody page of Ottoman history. The immense crime which has shaken both heaven and earth is known as the massacre of the Armenians, the Armenian calamity," end quote. And the deputy from Aleppo went on to describe the perpetrators of this mass crime, quote, "For this reason, the Turkish nation is accused, but the real perpetrator is not the Turkish nation, but the former Turkish government and administration. The nation is one thing, the government is another. I say that this great crime, of which an entire nation stands accused, was carried out by the former regime, or more correctly, by the hooligan regime," end quote. Yet, Artin Efendi also pointed out that in a number of places, the common people of the Ottoman Empire too had taken part in the crime. And he said, I quote, "Those responsible for this evil are the kind of people who are incapable of weighing up the consequences of their acts. If sheep fall into a swamp, who is to blame? The sheep, the bellwether who led them into it, or the shepherd who took them from the fold? I say that while some among the multitude may have had a hand in the crime, the real culprits were their leaders, the state officials," end quote. As the native of Aintab was speaking, a representative from Trabzon, Hafez Bey, interrupted him to declare that a relatively small number of Ottoman state officials had participated in the crime. Artin Efendi reacted immediately, quote, "There were not just a few of them, there were many more than you think. If I were to list their names, one by one, night would fall before I was through," end quote. And the representative from Aleppo then turned to the question of arresting and punishing all those responsible for the massacres without delay, remarking that that was an obligation incumbent on the state, on the Ottoman state. And he added that it was also the state's task to free abducted Armenian women and orphans and to see to it that the Armenians received reparations for the material losses they had suffered. At first sight, it may seem that there is nothing uncommon in this speech from the victim's point of view. On the contrary, it may even seem audacious given that it was delivered in an assembly still dominated by the idea that the Armenians had been deported for acts of treason toward the Ottoman Empire. Yet, a storm of protest against Artin Efendi broke out in the Armenian press in the weeks following his speech. His remarks came in for ferocious attacks that he was the object of personal attacks as well in the form of article dishonoring him. The central target of the criticism was Artin Efendi's contention that the empire's former government was mainly to blame for the crime, not the Turkish people collectively speaking. Gebenlian, for example, a journalist from the Armenian newspaper Haytsayn in Aleppo, expressed a diametrically opposed view. Quote, "We cannot call a single Turk good or attribute a single Turk's friendly behavior to pro-Armenian feelings. Those who truly tried to help Armenians cannot be called Turks. Those who imagine that any Turk at all harbors human feelings can't be called Armenians," end quote. So it is obvious here that the genocide had seriously perturbed Armenian-Turkish relations. In the minds of many Armenians, like this journalist from Aleppo, the words Turkishness and Turk had taken on a new coloring and definition. Artin Efendi's words had scandalized many Armenians to such an extent that another journalist, Cumbushian, writing in the Istanbul Armenian newspaper Verchin Lur, objected to the Armenian parliamentarian speech on the one hand, while observing on the other that Armenian nation bore no blame for his words. I quote, the bodies of people of Boshkezenian's ilk are Armenian, but their souls are not, end quote. The rage and insults can also be observed in writers whom the deportation had led as far as Derzor and who had only recently returned, such as Yervant Odian or Kevork Mesrop. For example, Mesrop writes, I quote, "You do not speak on behalf of the Armenians, gentlemen. Speak on the Ittihad's behalf and in its spirit. The Ottoman Parliament is not the tribunal to give a fair hearing to the Armenians' case. You may be sure of that. Have the decency to blush, gentlemen. Do not toy with the misery of your race." End quote. And many Ottoman Armenian intellectuals who participated in this press campaign against Boshkezenian argued that the party responsible for conceiving and executing the plan for genocide was Turkish society as a whole, toward which they now adopted an intolerant attitude. The Istanbul Armenian newspaper, Norgyank, wrote, I quote, "A united Ottoman fatherland, all that must now be regarded as history," end quote. And the same Kevork Mesrop, who was deported in Derzor, explains, and he was addressing in this case the Turkish intellectuals generally, I quote, "You are all Ittihadists, if you are afraid to say so. We state the matter plainly and demonstrate that the Ittihad is the one national Turkish party to which you have given birth, which you have fed and raised, which you have supported and will support in future," end quote. Such Armenians considered all talk of solidarity and coexistence to be inappropriate. We read in this regard again in the Armenian newspaper Norgyank of Istanbul, I quote, "That fraternal solidarity was ruptured on the day when the Armenians, dripping with sweat, were slaughtered in their fields by their brothers' knives, when their wives and daughters were ravished before their eyes, when the desire to shatter the foundations of their existence made itself felt with a barbaric savagery never before recorded in history," end quote. So one is left with the impression that Artin Efendi had, with these simple words of his speech, sparked a debate among the Armenians about the Turks' collective responsibility for the genocide or the question of their collective guilt. To forgive or to punish, to remember or to forget. It seems that the debate could have developed further, taking on fundamental significance in the formation of the modern post-war Ottoman society that Artin Efendi himself so ardently championed. Germany, after all, went through the same stage. After the Nazi defeat, we know a similar debate, when the country was occupied by the Allied powers, had sprung up around the central issue of collective guilt, collective liability, and collective responsibility for Nazi crimes. But the comparison, however, stops here. True, in the conditions brought on by defeat and occupation, self-criticism and self-reproach had begun to manifest themselves in Istanbul Turkish newspapers. The Armenian press and politicians such as Artin Efendi had with this question assumed a historical role and were often the stimulation or driving force behind this progressive phenomenon. It is even possible to speculate that Turkish intellectuals' attitude could have evolved to the point of entertaining the idea of a collective responsibility, a development that would probably have had a positive influence on the Armenian side, dispelling their extreme suspiciousness and terror and instilling in them a degree of confidence about the prospect of continued coexistence with the Turks. Yet, all this turned out to be no more than a short phase in Turkish history, lasting barely 1 year. It is well known that thereafter, modern Turkey struck an altogether different course, and that this nascent debate would be nipped in the bud. The Armenians' rupture with the Ottoman Turkish world. So such was the main idea informing the reactions to Artin Efendi's speech. It would gradually be sanctified by Ottoman Armenian intellectuals in light of the geopolitical transformations then rapidly taking place at that time. The fact is that the genocide and the military defeat of the Ottoman Empire had ensured the ascendancy of the idea that the Armenians no longer had a place in the Ottoman system. New borders were being drawn and new states were coming into existence. The Armenian press and Armenian community and national organizations were also steeped in the spirit of these historical transformations and the idea that the Armenians should seek their future outside the Ottoman state was steadily gaining ground. Artin Efendi was struggling against this new, resolute, commanding current. He had come to resemble an obsolete legacy of the past. He was rowing upstream, his bark was frail, and it was rocking perilously on the wild waves of a sea which was unfamiliar to him. At the same time, however, the victorious allies lacked the strength and the will to impose a new and different future on Ottoman Empire, while Turkish society was giving birth to a Kemalist movement that would lead it to victory after victory, but also to denial of the crime. The Armenian elite, for its part, had put its trust in the allies and their promises of free development, independent of the Turks and separate from Turkey. In these conditions, Artin Efendi was repeating ideas that now seemed untimely, even treacherous. In the same period, the parliamentary deputy and native of Aintab gave an interview to the Turkish newspaper Member. Member's reporter asked him for his opinion of the US President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points and the ways and means of implementing them. The rapidly shifting developments then occurring on the political stage had plainly thrown this Ottoman Armenian representative of the old school into a state of severe shock. He had witnessed the annihilation of his people by his own state, and now he was witnessing the slow disintegration of that same state and the dismemberment of the empire. The whole world of the past was crumbling before his eyes. The man was clearly groping in the dark. Yet he endeavored to keep faith with his principles. And he declared that for him, the first priority was to see justice and equality brought about. I quote, "Let justice be done whether by the hand of a Wilson or a Lloyd George or even that of a Turk," end quote. And what about Wilson's principles, the right of the peoples to self-determination? The answer of Artin Efendi is the following, I quote, "There's the sticking point, and it's beyond my understanding. That there must be equality surely can't mean that separate government ought to be established in one and the same country. Muslims and Christians have never been equals in this country. What I seek is equality. My honor, my possessions, my soul must be safe. Let whoever wants to ensure that, as long as the vintage is brought in, the vineyard can belong to anyone it likes," end quote. And to conclude, at bottom, the two Armenian currents, Artin Efendi's and the one opposed to him, radical and nationalist, closely resembled each other in their weaknesses and helplessness. Both represented surviving remnants of the fragmented, utterly exhausted Armenian community. Both relied on a powerful external force to ensure their future development. In Artin Efendi's case, this force was the contemporary Ottoman state. He wanted to believe that this time the new regime would adopt another course based on the equality of all citizens without discrimination and on the principle of respect for human rights. He had placed his bets on Turkish intellectuals and the Turkish elite. He had hoped that they would be won to progressive ideas and universal human values, and that this would guarantee he and his fellow Armenians could continue to live side by side with Turks. Yet, the genocide and liberation had given rise to a new dividing line. Evidently, solidarity and coexistence with Turks was now deemed unacceptable. On the other hand, the rise of the Kemalist movement, its political and military successes, the end of the occupation of Istanbul put an end to any serious and effective debate on Turkish collective responsibilities for the genocide. Thank you.
Thank you all for really inspiring presentations. Soruları alalım isterseniz. I also have some questions, but let's get the questions.
Hello, this is Engin Kılıç. Thank you indeed for the illuminating presentations. My question is for Professor Baltas. Could you please tell us a little bit more about the aftermath of these Greek sports clubs? Are there any other clubs that moved to Greece after the war, apart from PAOK and AEK and Panionios? Or are there any which was transformed into Turkish clubs later on? And lastly, how are they, for those who are moved to Greece? What is the perception of those teams in Greece? Did they create sympathy or antipathy? How were they perceived? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The members of the leadership of the Greeks of Istanbul, as I said before, left to Greece in order, to avoid acts of revenge, retaliation. So they spread all over Greece, and they create sports clubs in all the urban centers of Greece: Athens, Salonika, Patras, Heraklion, Crete, Ebia Island, etc. They continue to use the same symbols and names that they used, in Istanbul. They used the double-headed Byzantine eagle, for example, as their emblem, and they used names which were containing the term Constantinople, Athletic Union of Constantinople, Pan-Thessalonikian Athletic Union of, etc. So this was the concept. The clubs of the Constantinopolitan were a lot, and they constitute, I would say, the second pillar of the refugee Greek sport. The one was the Smyrnian ones, from Izmir, Panionios, Apollo, the Armenian club of Izmir, Pelops of Karatas, and the other pillar was these clubs from Istanbul. They have a strong ideological and political background because they served as pool votes of the Liberal Party of Venizelos. Most of the members of their boards were candidates for Venizelos. For example, Spanoudis was a member of the parliament for the Liberals. So they created this network of sports clubs all over Greece, and they gave their support to Venizelos for almost a decade. The Greco-Turkish, Treaty of 1930 divided them. So we had internal divisions. Some were supporting Venizelos for his initiative. Some other were saying, oh, he's the benefactor of the Turks now. Anyway, it's a phenomenon, I would say. The appearance, the activity of these clubs is a phenomenon in Greece. And nowadays, AEK, PAOK, these clubs have a pan-Hellenic, influence. And actually now they constitute the establishment of Greece, like Panathinaikos and Olympiakos. I think you ask also for those who remain. Here in Istanbul we have Kurtulus and Beyoglu, Spor Kulübü. Of course, their activity is not like it was before 1922. Of course, they made a lot, they offered a lot to Turkish, sports. Lefter Antoniadis, Küçük Lefter Antoniadis was, a legend. He was from the Greek community. He served, of course, Fenerbahce, some other clubs. But these two clubs are the remains of this tremendous activity. This is the reality for the past and for the present.
as a Fenerbahce fan, I can add, for example, and very strange to me too, since 1453, whenever we play with PAOK, with some other clubs from Greece, this is almost a strange tradition on the field since 1453. But I also know that, and also deeply feel that as a republicanist, I mean, the foundation of the club, or after Black Sox becoming new Turkish football club, I'm deeply knowing that Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and his ideology and his point of views about sport, about life, about modern Turkey, which are also so strong in our club. So these are some controversial, I mean, when you see that huge caricature on with the fans, this is maybe something similar, the revenge, what you mentioned before for the PAOK, for the other AYK, something from, or the base is different maybe from the past, very past, I mean the real past maybe, but after that new Turkish Republic of Turkey. Maybe this is a question for you too, this can be, is it similar in Greece as well for PAOK, for AYK, some other and modern Greece fans, or the point of views of fans are also important for these clubs too, or still since 1453 and the revenge deeply? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment and for the question. I will answer as a fan of AYK of Athens and as a member of the scientific committee of the museum of the new stadium of AYK in Athens. For example, okay, I will answer for my team. There is not, yes, yeah, there is not any kind of hatred, I can assure you about that. The grassroots of AYK, I would say that now is some kind of leftist grassroots and sentiment. You know, they started to operate as instruments of Venizalism in Greece, and AYK was founded by the elite of Constantinopolitan of Greece, lawyers, architects, you know, businessmen. You know, it was the, as you say, the kaimak of of society. So, but during the decades, the profile of AYK became more leftist. So there are more common things between our teams in both nations, and there is not any kind of hatred, I can assure you. They share a common football tradition. There is not any kind of discourse that promote hatred. We share everything in the field, and there is not any kind, you know, of revenge of anything. And you can see that if they are together in the stadium, they will sing together, and they will watch together, and afterwards they will go to Besiktas, you know, road, drink their beer together with not any kind of problem. And I invite you to come to Greece to see with us a football match in the new stadium of AYK Athens. And you will see the, yes, of course.
Okay, well, we can have a very long conversation about football here. Pardon, şurada bir soru var, sonra sizi de gördüm.
There is a question over here.
Geliyor değil mi siz?
Tuncer Duman. I have a question to Vahe Taşçıyan. I hope you can hear me, but I want to ask a question that also relates to this point in time. that also relates to today. In his presentation, Vahe Taşçıyan could find some hints and traces of how we can actually come to terms with genocide. What are the opportunities? However, with the proclamation of the Republic and all the way until the 2000s, there was no discussion about genocide. And one side of this issue was full of hatred, full of rage, with feelings of revenge, while on the other hand there was this mixed feeling of victory, triumph, but also shame. And they were all very much crystallized. But as of today, this sentiment of revenge or this sentiment of shame, how can we overcome this? What are your current observations and what is your take on how to overcome this as of today?
No? Okay. Well, let me try to paraphrase the question. I hope I'll do justice. Do you have any comments for the contemporary period, whether we could talk about this or discuss this issue of the genocide and all the atrocities, which would go beyond any feeling of shame and triumph and sort of getting back at one another? I guess that's what the question was.
It's difficult to. It's my turn to talk. It's addressed to me, the question.
Addressed to you.
Okay. Yeah, every time during conferences when there is a question related to the contemporary issues, I have difficulties to answer, but I will try. I think the simple thing is to talk about it, to discuss the matter as they discussed in the aftermath after the war, after the First World War, about the collective responsibilities, about the collective guilt, about individual guilt, and this happened also in Turkey in the last 10, 15 years. But it's the most important issue on this matter is discussion. A matter should be discussed openly, and this is very important for any kind of reconciliation or any other such concepts.
Belma Saraç, ben emekli bir tarih öğretmeniyim.
Belma Saraç, I'm a retired teacher. I would like to ask to the last speaker, Mr. Vahe Taşçıyan.
The translation there? I'm told that there is translation that you can hear. I think you need to switch.
Interpreters in the conference hall continue interpreting. Interpreters in the conference hall continue interpreting. The speaker, Taşçıyan, joining via Zoom, needs to select interpretation setting.
Zoom original sound.
Well, if not, okay. I'll take the question and try to translate.
I'm very sorry.
Save time. Siz buyurun.
Şimdi 19. yüzyıla gelinceye kadar her iki toplum
Until 1915, there was no problem between the communities. However, in the 19th century, all of a sudden, there is this new situation. I'm not even going to talk about ARF or Social Democrat Hınçak Party. Until the assassination attempt of Sultan Abdülhamit,
there was certain unity. I wish that none of this would have happened, but what is the main turning point or breaking point? These are the two communities. They are in very good terms, so much to the extent that they can easily give their keys, home keys to their neighbors. But what made them confront one another in such a way in the end of 19th century? And Artin Efendi was perhaps one of the most interesting MPs. He was a deputy from Aleppo, and he served as a deputy for 3 terms in the Ottoman Parliament. And at that time, he advocated women's rights, which may also be important for the next speaker. Artin Efendi openly expressed his opinion that he wished to see women deputies in the Ottoman Parliament. After the 1918 Mudros armistice, I was curious what Artin Efendi was up to. I wonder if Mr. Taşçıyan has any information whatsoever about the whereabouts of Artin Efendi after 1918.
No, I'm very sorry.
Okay.
No.
Okay, let me see. 2 questions, very briefly. What do you think is really the breaking point between two communities? What happens in 19th century that actually leads to such leading to a breaking point between 2 communities? I mean, Armenians and Turks. And the second question is about Artin Efendi, who was a very vocal person in the parliament, and what happens to him after 1918, right? That's the question. Do you know anything about post 1918?
Yes. What happened to create a break between 2 communities? The simple word is genocide, and I don't have another answer for that. And for the second question, yes, it's very, very interesting what happened later to Artin Efendi. Not personally, not physically what happened to him, but what happened to persons like Artin Efendi in the collective memory of the Armenians. He was forgotten. He was forgotten like many other Armenians who believed that Armenians should continue to live side by side with the Turks, and they struggled for that. And even after the genocide, in post-genocide times, they struggled for that coexistence between Turks and Armenians. And what is interesting, in fact, I studied Artin Efendi's history, or Artin Efendi's issue, in a book which was published a couple of years ago, and it wasn't about Artin Efendi, but at the end of the book is what happened to persons like Artin Efendi in the collective memory of the Armenians. He was from Aintab. He was a member of the parliament from Aleppo, and we know that during the genocide he helped many Armenians from Aintab not to be deported to Deir Zor, not to be killed during the deportations, and so he helped his community, and it was a very important help during that period, contribution of that period. But when we see books published on the history of Aintab Armenians, or when we check another book, which is a book where you can find hundreds of biographies about Aintab Armenians, there is no trace of Artin Efendi Boshkezenian. And so he died in Aleppo in 1923, I think, or 1923, and he was forgotten. And he's not the only person who was forgotten. And this is the reason why the Armenian historiography, like Turkish historiography, is a restructured historiography. It's some members or some actors who were very active and very important in pre-genocide times are forgotten in post-genocide periods because of their ideology, because of their actions, and it was against the ideology which was settled in in post-genocide times. This is the case of Armenian historiography, and the place of persons like Artin Efendi, there was no place for him in these new conditions.
Benim bir sorum var son.
One last question from my side to Sona, unless there are other questions from our audience.
For you, I mean, this might be a long discussion, so maybe we can talk about the details later. But I was curious about AWA's efforts in getting back the abducted woman, because it is also, I mean, there are similar examples in different parts of the world. The example that I have in mind is the partition of India, and later, you know, all these regulations and laws for the abducted woman, and I'm curious about in a way the procedure, you know, how they went along to identify. Because it's a very complicated process, and for example, the Indian government had to, you know, go through many procedures to identify, which was very problematic as well. But so I was curious about the procedure.
Thank you for the question. The reason I titled the research question between Turkish public and Turkish private institutions is because I wanted to show that these orphan gathering missions were something that were very, very private, they were inside the Turkish family, because these women have been already integrated into Turkish harems and Turkish family structures. So the reason Armenian Women's Foundation was so integral to this orphan gathering missions was because the men couldn't get into the families, Turkish families. It was not appropriate for the men go into these families. The women could go into these families and conduct these orphan gathering missions. And of course, sometimes they didn't know if this person was Armenian or not. There is even this anecdote that Dr. Lerna Ekmekçoğlu mentions in her book, where two people talk to each other and they're like, the Turks have Islamized and Turkified so many of us. What if we Armenianize one of them? So that's not going to change anything. So you're right that there wasn't like a particular way to identify who was Armenian, and because one of the reasons why they changed the patrilinearity laws and decided that any child born from an Armenian woman was Armenian was because they just didn't know who the fathers of these children were, and they wanted, you know, to keep these children in the community and not to give up these children to Turkish or other families. That's like mainly it. Yeah.
I think we will wrap it up now, and thank you to our panelists. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone.
Pardon, bir son soru var anladım. One last question, I'm very sorry. I didn't see our audience. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Sadık Çağatay is my name. Based on these discussions about the actual starting point for deportations and genocide, during the French Revolution, I know that there was increased adoption of nationalism. There was increased popularity of nationalistic ideas, which also became quite popular in Turkey. And Kadir Mısırlıoğlu, historian, also argues that after this nationalism, after the idea of nationalism became rampant, then genocide had to happen in a way. So I would like to learn about your opinion on that. This is quite broad.
For everyone, the one idea that has been proposed was that, you know, these genocides start with the idea of nationalism. would you comment on that? Is that the relationship between nationalisms and, any kind of nationalism? I mean, it's a very broad question, but... Oh, Vahe already left. No. Oh, is he here? There? Okay. Vahe, do you want to comment on this?
No. Sure. I think nationalism is a very important factor to any genocide. Yeah. And,
Arkadaşlar ben duyamıyorum hiçbir şey. Pardon, özür dilerim.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Vahe, please.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I was saying that, sure, the factor of nationalism is very important of any genocide that happened in the world in history. Nationalism, social nationalism, and so everything related to nationalism is a very important factor. Yeah, and so yes, I agree with the. It was a question or a comment? I didn't understand.
Broad question, yes. Okay,
so,
but I think we
yes.
the answer. The answer is yes. Thank you. Teşekkürler. Çok
Shall we begin? Shall we begin? So, welcome to the fourth panel.
Dördüncü panelimize hoş geldiniz. Bugünün son paneli olma özelliği taşıyor. Bu panel aynı zamanda mütareke döneminde diplomasi. Bu panelimizin konusu. 3 değerli konuşmacımız bizlerle birlikte. Burada 2 konuşmacımız fiziksel olarak bizlerle birlikte ve 3. konuşmacımız da online olarak bize katılacak. Evet, bu noktada ben de birkaç bir şey söylemek isterim. Konuşmacılarımızı size takdim etmek isterim ve yine konuşmalarını size tanıtmak isterim. İlk konuşmacımız Dimitar Tasic. Kendisi lisans, master ve doktorasını tarih alanında tamamladı.
Philosophy at the University of Belgrade. He's a senior research associate at the Institute for the Recent History in Serbia. His research interests include 20th century history, military history, war studies, and paramilitarism. His paper today is entitled Between Just Ended War and Postponed Peace, Mission of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes in Istanbul. Our next speaker is Claire Lebras. She received her PhD degree at the Center de Recherche en Histoire Internationale et Atlantique at Nantes University. She is currently an associate researcher at the same center. She is also a researcher at IFEA in Istanbul. Her work focuses on the history of diplomacy, the Ottoman Empire, and Turkey in the 20th century. Her paper today is entitled Representing Constantinople and Ankara, Ottoman Diplomats Facing Governmental Duality in Turkey. The third speaker is Eden Nabi Fry. She graduated from Temple University in 1964 and began her career in the Peace Corps in Afghanistan. She received her PhD degree in literature at Columbia University in 1975. She taught different courses at Harvard University, the University of Massachusetts, University of Wisconsin, and Columbia University. She has curated 6 exhibits about Assyrians and Middle East minorities. She has publications on Assyrians, Assyrian culture, and Afghanistan. Her paper is entitled An Assyrian-Iranian Family in Istanbul. Negotiates passage to New York, currencies, political sectors, and safe passage. So we now turn to our first speaker, Dimitar Tasic. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
For this, thank you very much for the organizer for having me here. It is really a pleasure to be part and to participate in such a splendidly organized and interactive conference. I must say, you know, the interaction is great. I will just speak about this episode from the very dynamic relations which marked the between the, at that time, Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and fading Ottoman Empire and newly rising the Turkish Republic. Already in December of 1918, newly created Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which I'll in the next far parts of my presentation call the Yugoslav state because it's much easier and it's much more familiar. It founded its military mission in the Ottoman State, in Constantinople and in Smyrna. Since the final peace agreement hasn't been signed yet, they operated military missions within the framework of the Entente occupation forces. In October of next year, they evolved to diplomatic mission, with primary concern to oversee and protect the rights of several thousands of Yugoslav subjects living and working in the Ottoman State. These people, some 4,500 of them only in Constantinople, worked in various businesses, small and large, and they originated from various parts of newly founded Yugoslav state. Everything that marked the post-Great War realities and relations between two states was complex on multitude of levels. These complexities derived from the dynamic relations not only from previous decades, but from the entire previous epoch. Serbia's 19th century struggle for independence, Great Eastern Crisis, the Eastern Question, Macedonian Question, and the course and the outcomes of the Balkan Wars of 1912-1913 were prominent features of these complex and dynamic relations. For example, an attempt to regulate and resolve issues between Serbia and the Ottoman State that came as a result of the Balkan Wars affected their later relations. Supposedly definite peace agreement between Serbia and the Ottoman State, also known as the Convention of Constantinople, was signed in March of 1914. It envisaged a period of 3 years during which subjects of both states could opt for one of two citizenships. During that period, they could sell their properties. If they wanted, they could keep their possessions. However, relocation of the state of their choosing was mandatory. Those who opted for change of citizenship were allowed to keep their properties, but they could administer them through authorized individuals. Also, during the 3 years period, Muslims for so-called former Ottoman regions or newly associated regions, how they called it in Serbia, Kosovo, Sanjak, and Macedonia, would be exempted from conscription or any other military contribution. However, Convention of Constantinople remained a dead letter since the outbreak of the Great War, and Ottoman alignment with the Central Powers in the autumn of 1914 prevented its ratification and practical implementation. The fact that it hasn't been ratified would have serious repercussions later on. Although the first war year proved to be successful for Serbia, a massive offensive launched by the combined forces of Germany, Austro-Hungary, and Bulgaria in the autumn of 1915 resulted in defeat, occupation, and division of Serbia. Its sovereign government, parliament, and army refused to surrender and withdrew across Albanian mountains to the Adriatic coast. The Austro-Hungarians, following their traditional pro-Albanian and in general pro-Muslim policies, began with the enlistment of Albanians and Slavic-speaking Muslims from Kosovo and the Sanjak of Novi Pazar. Despite formally being Serbian citizens, these conscripts were used to fill the ranks of the Ottoman army as well as the Austro-Hungarian auxiliary formations. Although Austro-Hungarians had their own agenda behind this conscription, they also allowed the Ottoman officials to act accordingly. Ottoman justification for such an action was that defeat and the occupation of Serbia annulled the aforementioned Convention of Constantinople, thus permitting the Ottomans to enlist their former subjects. From Habsburg-occupied Serbia, so this is how this occupation region looked like. From Habsburg-occupied Serbia between 1916 and 1918, some 30,000 men were mobilized, as well as between 4,000 and 6,000 from Habsburg-occupied Montenegro. These men were sent to various battlefields of the Great War. Already during the 1919 Yugoslav mission in Constantinople became overwhelmed with several thousand requests coming from Muslims originating from different parts of Yugoslav state. They all asked for permission to return to their homeland. This application included immigrants from before the 1912, the refugees that left the Balkans as a consequence of the Balkan Wars, those who immigrated during the period between the Balkan Wars and the First World War, those who immigrated before Serbia withdrawal across Albania, those who immigrated after the Serbian withdrawal and who by rule claimed they were deported, and also there were a number of Bosnian Muslims who came to the Ottoman Empire before and after the Austro-Hungarian annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1908. Among those demands, repatriation were approximately 4,000 Muslims from Sanjak of Novi Pazar, who the Austro-Hungarians mobilized for the Ottoman army. They faced immense difficulties awaiting repatriation without any income or material support after being released from British captivity. They all claimed to have been forcefully mobilized in the Ottoman army. This particular issue resulted in different interpretation by various Yugoslav state ministries and agencies involved in the matter. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry for Interior, Mission in Constantinople, and Ministry of Land Reform. After an initial benevolent approach, which resulted in permitting applicants to return to Yugoslavia, already in 1920, Yugoslav mission stopped issuing new repatriation passports. Initially, Yugoslav mission considered that the only last category, the Bosnian Muslims, should be allowed to return to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, but not to their homeland in Bosnia, but to Macedonia, where, being native speakers of Serbian, they would be given the task of spreading the Serbian language and in that way influencing the local population. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, however, suggested that only those male individuals from the Sanjak of Novi Pazar who served in the Ottoman army should be allowed to return to their homes. Bosnian Muslims were generally, however, should not be allowed to return at all. At that moment, the possible return of Muslim refugees and immigrants collided with the state intentions to simultaneously execute the land reform and colonization of Kosovo and Yugoslav Macedonia, because a considerable amount of land for distribution derived from so-called abandoned land, that is to say, land in these regions which was abandoned by their primary Muslim owners in the course of the Balkan Wars. Local authorities in Macedonia spoke of disturbances resulting from the return of some Muslim landowners reclaiming properties which have been sequestrated. This led to the Ministry of Land Reform to compose a memo for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was forwarded to the head of the mission in Constantinople, in which it openly expressed Yugoslav attitudes toward any eventual return of Muslim refugees and immigrants. The memo stated that the Ottoman returns were considered as proven enemy of our state because they were endangering ongoing land reform, which saw former Serbs becoming free owners of the land they have cultivated. They were categorized as those who were impeding the progress. In addition, it is said that they were complicating the already difficult work of police and local authorities. The conclusion of the ministry was that they should not be allowed to return, and that in cooperation with Ministry of Interior, all those who express desire to return should be registered, while their timing and motivations for leaving the land, their destination, and the marital status should be back-checked. In that moment, two ministries clashed over the question of prioritizing the repatriation of former prisoners of war, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs being in favor and the Ministry of the Interior being opposed. The latter even wrote that these people who never render unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's, and if they ever render it, they did it when forced to, and who are constituting 60% of those living in southern Serbia, will completely suppress our people. If we start allowing them to return from immigration to spread around over properties already taken from them, Muslim people have already returned in sufficient quantity, so that rise in number was already noticed, and at the same time we can feel their predominance over our population, which is not in our favor. Nevertheless, some of these so-called Ottomans did manage to overcome official obstacles and obtain documents, either through bribery or by applying for repatriation documents elsewhere, such as in Salonika in Greece, or in the consulates of other states, as in Italy, Bulgaria, or Spain. During an interrogation in the Bitola municipality, a returnee, Tevfik Pasha, a former general in the Ottoman army, stated that he had paid a Yugoslav official to insert his name in the list of the Ottoman prisoners of war of Yugoslav origin, released from the British custody. By doing that, he managed to obtain a repatriation passport. Another tried to obtain repatriation documents by presenting certificates issued by Yugoslav municipalities from which they originated, which they obtained through personal intercessions. Some also attempted to return with forged papers. What happened in the following months was raced against the clock. Those who applied for repatriation passport had to wait while their individual cases were transferred from the Yugoslav mission to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and further on to the Ministry of Interior and local police, which was assigned to conduct thorough security check in relation to the circumstances of their recruitment to the Ottoman forces. While waiting, applicants either stayed in army barracks where Ottoman authorities provided them with necessary provisions, or they worked in nearby coal mines. They also put a pressure on the Yugoslav mission by simply sitting there for hours, thus impeding its normal functioning. Another pressure came from the British occupying forces, which wanted this issue to be resolved as soon as possible, especially taking in mind events that began to unfold in the East, where some of the former soldiers from the Balkans decided to join Mustafa Kemal's forces while awaiting for repatriation. One way or another, eventually, most of them managed to return to their old, or you can say new, homeland. Their cases clearly speak of difficulties and problems the authority of the nascent state were facing. However, this case also speaks of present anti-Muslim attitudes, which in years to come led to the creation of equally anti-Muslim policies. The mission in Constantinople also followed developments in neighboring Bulgaria in relation to the action of Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. In addition, one of its important tasks was the establishment of contacts with the rebel forces and government led by Mustafa Kemal in Ankara. In Yugoslav mission in Constantinople, from the beginning, they were aware of the power of the Turkish national movement, and whose power and influences were constantly rising, opposing to the Ottoman government in Constantinople. Quite early, in May 1921, it had established clandestine contacts with Ankara government, and they maintained regular contacts, which became intensive after the signing of the armistice in Mudanya in September of 1922. During initial phases of Lausanne Peace Conference, happened official meeting between representatives of Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes and Ankara government, which led to the clearing of existing issues and misunderstanding, primarily related to the claims that the movement of Mustafa Kemal is supporting the Bulgarian issue and Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. And this clearing of issues led to the transformation of Yugoslav mission from mission to general consulate, which starting from December 1st, 1922. However, Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes again refused to sign Peace Treaty of Lausanne, like it did with the Peace Treaty in Sevres. Again, as in the case of Sevres Treaty, reason was the same, issue of the Ottoman debt. Simply, Yugoslav government refused to accept obligation to pay the rest of the Ottoman debt, the debt which Ottoman Empire owned to the Western powers. Because they decided actually to redistribute that debt according to the territories, succession of territories of the Ottoman Empire. Considerable part of that also belonged to the Yugoslav state, and practically in both cases they refused to pay it. It would require several years to reach the point in which a separate peace agreement would be signed between Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes and Republic of Turkey. In following years, issue of sequestrated properties of Ottoman and /Turkish subjects in Yugoslav state became important tool for demonstrating diplomatic pressure. Finally, on October 25th, 1925 in Ankara, they signed not only an agreement on peace, but it was in the same time agreement on peace and friendship between Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes and Republic of Turkey. And this signing of this agreement actually marked the beginning of new era in relations between two states. The question of properties and the Ottoman debt would be resolved during following decade. So in the middle of the 30s, actually, and also the compensation paid for the land which was sequestrated and how can I say, confiscated after the Balkan Wars was also among these questions which was resolved during the 30s. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, please.
Thank you. So before starting, I would like to thank the organizer of this colloquium for preparing these two very stimulating days and allowing me to participate. So my talk is titled Representing Istanbul and Ankara, Ottoman Diplomat Facing Governmental Duality in Turkey. It is based on research I carried out in the framework of my PhD dissertation, which dealt with diplomatic practice during the period of armistice. So today I will attempt to highlight several aspects of this period by focusing on the point of view of one category of actors, the diplomats or personalities who act as diplomats for the Ottoman Empire. The sources I rely on are the writing of these characters, as well as diplomatic documents coming from Ottoman, French, Italian, and other archives. So I will first present an overview of the diplomatic scene during this period, pointing out its characteristics and the challenges the Ottoman Empire had to face. I will then focus on the backgrounds and experiences of three individuals who, in a professional or casual capacity, represented the Ottoman Empire to the United States of America. Based on the available information regarding the action and experiences, I wish to trace the ambiguities of this period. Let me begin by recalling the London Conference of January-February 1921 that remained a landmark political and diplomatic event of the armistice period. It was indeed remarkable by the presence at the same time of two Turkish Ottoman delegations. One was led by Grand Vizier Tevfik Pasha, representing the imperial government of Istanbul, and the other was led by Bekir Sami Bey, representing the government of the Grand National Assembly of Ankara. That means that the governmental duality of the Ottoman State, that is the coexistence of two competing governments within it, became visible on the internal stage during this conference. This is one of the peculiarities of the Ottoman diplomatic scene I would like to point out, the governmental duality during the armistice period. We have two competing political entities that do not recognize each other. The attempts at rapprochement between 1920 and 1921 ended in failure. These two governments nevertheless shared common characteristics regarding their position on the diplomatic chessboard. So both government of Istanbul and Ankara sought to establish or re-establish a diplomatic network by sending representatives to foreign governments. But this representation were hampered in several ways. First, the diplomacy of both governments faced recent adversity provoked by the World War. Because the state they represented had been defeated, the Ottoman representatives were often met with defiance during their mission abroad, including in neutral countries. Moreover, some of the Allied powers, namely France and England, for example, did not hesitate to exert pressure on the Ottoman leaders in order to remove the representative who had ostensibly shown their support for Germany a few years earlier. Also, in order to communicate with the administration, Ottoman representatives abroad often relied on the Allied government, who supervised and controlled their correspondence. So second, the stigmas affecting Ottoman representatives abroad resulted from the intermediate state of their relation with the Allied powers. At the beginning of the Great War between 1914 and 1946 and 1916, the government of Istanbul gradually broke off its diplomatic relation with the Allied power. After the signing of the armistice, the delay in concluding a lasting peace led to a grey area. The diplomatic relations between the government of Istanbul and the Allies were characterized by the transitional state, where neither war nor peace was officially acknowledged. Consequently, exchanges of diplomatic representatives took place outside a normalized legal framework. As for the government of Ankara, its recent constitution caused most of the other governments not to recognize it as one of their own. To sum up, the Istanbul and Ankara governments were disqualified, one as a defeated power and the other as an unrecognized authority. And finally, the imperial and nationalist diplomatic services were experiencing resource difficulties. Pending the conclusion of peace and in anticipation of reparation imposed on the Ottoman State, the Sublime Porte's resources were frozen. Consequently, the government in Istanbul faced increasing difficulties in paying its officials. And for the government in Ankara, an important handicap was the lack of trained diplomatic personnel among its partners. These conditions that were seriously affecting the development of Ottoman diplomacy at the end of the Great War provoked a dualization of diplomatic interaction and status. Alongside the official representation led by Istanbul and Ankara with only a few partners, alternative forms of diplomatic representations were implemented in order to circumvent diplomatic rupture and non-recognition. It is within this framework that representatives of Istanbul and Ankara were welcome in the Allied capitals in Paris, Rome, and London. This representation adopted apparent form of diplomatic exchange, but were deployed in an unofficial setting because the host authority denies them any official character. To conclude this quick overview of the Ottoman diplomatic scene, it was characterized by a plurality of missions assigned to its representative. On the one hand, as revealed by the London Conference of 1921, the diplomatic corps of Istanbul and Ankara were very active in the renegotiation of the peace treaty. They sought from the Allies a revision of even an annulment of the Treaty of Sèvres. Consequently, for these two governments, it was necessary to impose the negotiators and to create a balance of powers that would be favorable to the interest of the country. On the other hand, Istanbul and Ankara developed a diplomacy of influence in order to restore the reputation of the country. Discredited for its involvement on Germany's side in the conflict and the crime against its Christian populations, the Sublime Porte had to improve the country's image. So in addition to propaganda objectives, it was more and more needing to rely on international partners in order to secure financial and material support. And this issue concerned both Istanbul and Ankara, which had to finance its military operation against Greek army in Anatolia. So finally, the constitution of a diplomatic network also involved a symbolic issue, either by sending delegates or hosting a diplomatic corps. Istanbul and Ankara governments sought to assert their existence and to improve their legitimacy. So diplomatic representation were a crucial issue for the rulers in Istanbul and Ankara with regard of their internal rivalry. So in the second part of my paper, I would like to introduce a micro-historical analysis, which was also part of my PhD research. I would like to present very briefly the trajectories of three people who contributed to the representation of the Ottoman State abroad during the armistice period. These short biographies give me the opportunity to insist on the ambiguities of an extremely complex period. First of all, Richard Black Bay, belonged to a French family settled in the Ottoman Empire since the mid-19th century, and was well inserted in the imperial structures. In 1918, he was the Ottoman embassy consular in Vienna since 1911. Recalled to Istanbul at the beginning of 1920, he found himself, like many of his colleagues, affected by the contraction of the diplomatic network of Istanbul. And in a daily correspondence with his wife in Vienna, Black Bay tells us about the difficulties of an Ottoman Empire official in the post-war context. As Istanbul government could not officially send representatives abroad, he found himself unemployed, except for a few missions he carried out with the American High Commissioner in Istanbul. He also participated for a few weeks as a member of the imperial delegation to the London Conference on 1921. He received almost no salary and was very preoccupied about his future in the Ottoman diplomatic career. Facing this instability, Black Bay considered on several occasions leaving the service of the Ottoman Empire, either to settle in the United States or to join Ankara. Indeed, Black Bay became increasingly interested in the new government in Anatolia. He followed the news of the fighting between Ankara's troops and the Greek forces, rejoices at each defeat of the latter. He even said that he was in contact with the Ankara government through some of his friends who were there. However, he did not decide to leave the service of the imperial government. His persistence can be explained in part by the loyalty and attachment that he expressed on several occasions towards the Ottoman Empire. Moreover, in a context where the pursuit of a career depends largely on the circle of relationships and personal connection, the Anatolian adventure and the break with the imperial diplomacy constitute an important risk. Also, unlike the military officers who were permanently unemployed during the armistice, the diplomatic personnel had the possibility, albeit highly constrained, of exercising their skills in the service of the Ottoman State. And for example, for Black Bay, from the beginning of 1921, he had reason to hope that it could be appointed as a special delegate to Washington. The Sublime Porte needed for propaganda in the United States, and Black Bay, whose wife was American, could very well carry out these missions thanks to his relatives and contacts. And at the end of March 1921, a Turkish newspaper published the news of his candidacy for the Washington position. However, for financial reasons, the unofficial representation of the Istanbul government in Washington was finally entrusted to Haim Naum Efendi, who traveled to the United States in October 1921. So I would like now to turn on the example of individuals who were more involved in a dual position at the interface between the governments in Istanbul and Ankara, with Haim Naum Efendi. After studying in Paris, he served as a rabbi in Istanbul and taught French at the Ottoman Military School. Through contact with the new military elite, he became a supporter of the Young Turk Revolution of 1908. That same year, he was elected chief rabbi of the Ottoman Empire, a position he held until his resignation in March 1920. So during the Great War, he undertook several diplomatic missions for the Young Turk government to explore the possibilities of a separate peace with the Allies. In the post-war period, Naum Effendi quickly showed his sympathy for the nationalist movement. He made several trips to the United States and France to influence public opinion in favor of the Ottoman Empire. And in October 1921, the government in Istanbul offered him to act as an Ottoman delegate in Washington. He made several visits to Washington, during which he actually defended the struggles of the nationalist movement. In the autumn of 1922, back in Europe, he continued its propaganda activities in favor of the Ankara government, and its proximity to the authority of Ankara and its numerous contact with European elites, and also the fact that he belonged to a religious minority of the empire made it an important diplomatic asset. That's why he then joined the Turkish delegation at the Lausanne Conference in 1922. Finally, another example of dual diplomatic activity is given by Muftizadeh Mehmet Kazım Ziya. Belonging to a family of Ottoman diplomats, he is the third son of Mustafa Reşit Pasha, the representative of Sublime Porte in London between 1921 and 1922. Married to an American citizen, he has lived in the United States since the early 1910. He returned to Turkey between 1921 and 1922. He established contacts with both the Istanbul and Ankara governments. In June 1922, he explained that the American government wished to establish unofficial contacts with both Ottoman governments, and that Washington would be willing to host an economic agent. The agent, while having no political or diplomatic status, could carry out propaganda against the detractors of the Ottoman Empire in the United States. So Ziya Bey offered to fulfill this role for both the Istanbul and the Ankara government. It has not been possible to ascertain how this proposal of dual activity was received by the imperial government and the nationalist government. However, it is noteworthy that Ziya Bey did carry out the propaganda activity that it intended to perform. This was done in a book entitled Speaking of the Turks, published in 1922 in the United States. This book is written as a testimony and an account of the trip of Ziya Bey to his native country after years of absence. But adopting the nationalist discourses, it is in fact a presentation of the profound changes the country is undergoing and the economic opportunities it offers to potential American investors. So to conclude, really briefly, if I have to sum up the main idea of this paper, I would say that beyond the structural analysis and diplomatic dynamics of this period, it is particularly interesting to look at the actors' individual stories, because they help us to access the point of view of individuals caught up in a complex crisis, the outcome of which was very uncertain. It allies their expectations, the constraint on them, and also their adaptation strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we can move on to the third speaker. Hello, Ms. Fry, can you hear us?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Please go ahead with your presentation. I have already given your biography and the title of your paper.
Very good. Can you Can you see my screen or not?
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay.
Please click the share screen button, green button in the center bottom line.
In the center. Okay.
Share screen and then click OK.
Oh, yes. Okay, I see. All right. See? No?
Share the whole screen, not the windows.
You can't see it yet?
No. Do you have your presentation open on your screen?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, so when you share screen, can you select your screen?
Yeah, and then after that.
Select my screen. Oh boy. This is what I was afraid of.
Siyah çizgi. Hangi siyah çizgi? Onu gördü sanıyorum. Yeşil. Yeşile basıyor.
Ondan sonra çıkan pencerede
Olur tabii. Ms. Fry, is it okay if we share it here? And
Sure, go ahead. That's easier. Yes.
Okay.
And then I'll indicate to you when you can switch the slide, okay?
Okay.
Good. So you have my first slide. A Syrian-Iranian family in Istanbul negotiates passage to New York.
Just a second.
And then go to my next slide, please, slide 2.
Just a second.
Ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in 1914, instability, together with religious and ethnic tensions mounted in northwest Iran, a Syrian family from the Assyrian and Armenian village of Karacalu became alarmed for its safety. 5 members of that family walked 200 kilometers north to the Tsarist Russian border to board the train for Tiflis, the chief city in Transcaucasia. Tiflis, a multi-ethnic city in the Georgian ethnic area, had been the historic location from which Assyrians traveled back and forth to and from Europe and the United States during the latter part of the 19th century. For decades, they had avoided Ottoman-held areas and rarely planned their passage through Istanbul, mainly due to the unruly region of eastern Turkey, where roads were dominated by Kurdish tribes living adjacent to Iran. 2 members of the family had been visiting from New York, a son named Abraham and his American wife, Harriet. As U.S. citizens, upon reaching Tiflis, they sought the U.S. consulate and managed to leave for the U.S. in 1915, across Russia, through London to New York. The other 3 family members remained stuck in Tiflis for 6 years, since they carried Persian travel documents and needed visas to travel internationally. Moreover, World War I soon closed the usual travel route through Russia, Germany, and on to New York. The search for travel options narrowed. Soon after World War I ended and the Russian Civil War continued, the only option for travel became occupied Constantinople, given that the collapse of the Ottoman Empire allowed the victors to enter western parts of the empire. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Sources. Original sources are rare for this period from indigenous Assyrian records. Missionaries and Assyrians already living in the United States provide some materials, but authentic Assyrian voices experiencing the deprivations, disease, and genocide are rare. Records, journals, and correspondence, if retained in such circumstances, have been lost since then. Assyrians, as a stateless people, have few reliable archival institutions, even for the broad range of except for the broad range of periodicals dating from the mid-19th century. It remains for families to retain resources for the modern history of Assyrians, and families lose language ability and toss materials in the trash. Parts of the history of this family have been recovered through letters and objects preserved among descendants living in California. The items related to their family history formed an exhibit in 2022 with a catalog that started in Sunnyvale, a small town outside San Jose, California, and will be traveling to various campuses in the United States and internationally over the next 2 years. Then most of the items will be archived at Bancroft Library at UC Berkeley. This presentation is based on part of that exhibit, the Persian passport of John Yusuf, issued in Tiflis in 1921, and a wad of paper currency that remained in his possession and was passed on in the family until its donation to UC Berkeley. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Okay. Assyrian villages in northwestern Iran. Prior to World War I and the scattering of surviving Assyrians, this last ethnic group that has preserved Neo-Aramaic lived in a cross-border situation between the Ottoman Empire and Qajar Iran. Identified often through their Christian denominational affiliations, a national secular identity had surfaced among them during the late 19th century based on occasional historic self-identification with the ancient Assyrian Empire, then being rediscovered in Mesopotamia. The paramount identity of the modern Assyrians by their Muslim neighbors was as Christians, with the exception of Armenians who knew them as Isor. During the presence of American missionaries, the ABCFM since 1835, by World War I, Iran's Assyrians had benefited from a network of schools reaching down to every village and including both male and female Assyrian students. These schools were conducted in the vernacular Neo-Aramaic of the region and were suitably equipped with textbooks, at first in the modern period for any living Aramaic language. Thus, Assyrians had become the leading indigenous physicians serving all ethnic groups and the sole nearly totally literate ethnic group in Iran. An illustration of the high achievement of Iran's Assyrians is that they traveled internationally and before World War I produced the main English language books on Iran, or Persia as it was termed in English, published in the United States and Britain. The shock of the destruction of World War I and the concomitant genocide against Christians destroyed not only 2/3 of the Assyrian population of the Middle East, but also broke down village life. Security became the main concern, and large towns were regarded as more secure. The family that ended up in Istanbul would never return to their village. Next slide, please. Life in Tiflis, 1914 to 1920. As the war dragged on, the family applied to the American consulate in Tiflis for help with passage and visas while coping with the gradually escalating Russian civil war that engulfed Transcaucasia after 1917. Without their earlier evangelizing Protestant contacts in Tiflis, they might not have survived to reach Ellis Island in 1922 with little money, but what their family settled in California was able to send them via the Near East Foundation. The Near East Foundation, as you know, was called something else since 1915 and aimed mainly to help Assyrians and Armenians. The wallet full of paper currency represents the political turmoil and the rapid shifts in the fate of ephemeral governments. Armenian, Georgian, Greek, Baku Commune, and 6 other currencies were in this wallet, kept by family descendants, researched and exhibited in 2022. This letter is a correspondence from the family in 1915. Next slide, please. While the 13-year-old John had traveled out of Iran on his father's passport, the long years the 3 family members had to spend in Tiflis necessitated his acquiring a Persian passport of his own. The documents he got in 1921 were in 3 languages: Persian, Russian, and French. The travel documents for the other families have not survived, but John's passport testifies to the chaotic political situation in Transcaucasia. Passage north on the Russian rail and sea travel routes were closed due to the raging international war in which Russia and Germany were on opposite sides. Travel south through Turkey was not possible due to the confrontation between the CUP-led forces and Russia. Next slide, please. Ever hopeful that they would be able to leave Tiflis, they appear to have given up hope of returning to their Iranian village. The World War, then the Russian Civil War that engulfed Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan between 1918 and 1922, blocked passage. Finally, the Allied victory in the war and the subsequent occupation of Constantinople following the armistice of Mudros, October 1918, opened the possibility of departure from the conflict zone. Next slide, please. Thus, the family got permission to board passage on an Italian ship, Aria, out of Batum, the port of Tiflis on the Black Sea, on 19 April 1921. But it took them another 3 months to arrive in Constantinople. Why? The reason may be found in the half-dozen letters that are waiting for researchers to examine at Berkeley. Some of the problem must have stemmed from financial hardship. They had no means of support except for the funds channeled to them by the 2 brothers living in the United States. As is known from the records of the Near East Foundation, which was active in Tiflis, diverting funds to this war-disrupted region of Asia entailed much delay. Paying for passage on the Aria, then on a Greek ship out of Constantinople to Piraeus in Greece, meant waiting for the arrival of more funds. Little remains of how they fared in this city, divided into 4 sections by the triumphant allies: Great Britain, France, Italy, and Greece. They had to navigate the 4 sections of the city, acquire the Persian consulate general permit to leave Constantinople in August 1921, acquire an acceptable American visa, and get the final stamp allowing exit from the city aboard the Greek ship Acropolis on December 21, 1921. They arrived in New York on January 24, 1922. Again, an examination of the letters held at UC Berkeley could shed more light on how they managed in Istanbul for the months when they arranged for passage to New York. Next slide, please. Others who tried to leave Iran in that same period often had to travel by road, and then sail through British-controlled regions of the world across the Pacific Ocean to reach relatives in the U.S. An example is the 2-page travel document for Ludia Shumun, a native of another Assyrian village in Iran, Götapak, whose route was far more circuitous than that of the Yusuf family. Next slide, please. Most of the paper currency that is preserved in the Yusuf family had already expired as spendable by the time John reached Istanbul. The 1919 Armenian ruble, worth 100 rubles, lost all value with the fall of the First Republic of Armenia in 1920, when it was overrun by the Red Army. Next slide, please. The same holds true for the currency of the Democratic Republic of Georgia. Next one, please. After 1921, when it succumbed to the Red Army. Eventually, even the 500 ruble note issued by the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, the RSFSR, with its 7-language call for the workers of the world to unite, stopped being issued after 1921. I will conclude now by saying that numismatics is an old historical field, even when the actual financial value of the currency has ended. Thus, together with official documents such as travel documents, correspondence, and oral history, they allow a glimpse into how some histories may be recovered, even of a stateless people like the Assyrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fry. Now we can move on to questions and comments from the audience here and also online.
My question would be for Claire or Lubra. Microphone. I'm supposed to push the little button. Is that it? Is it better now? Well, I just want to talk like this. You hear me? No. Okay, my question is for Claire Lubra. Thank you very much. Maybe it's me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thanks to all for your very compelling presentations. My question is for Claire Lebras. A very interesting point of view with the. And I was wondering if with this diplomatic shift, transition, tension, there was visible in the languages used. Like the diplomatic languages up to then, I think, had been French in the previous decades. Was there a shift towards English starting already then, or were there issues related to languages that you could talk about? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, my response will be very brief. At this time, the French was still a diplomatic language for all countries, and English start to impose itself. But until the World War II, French was the main language at this time. So basically, most of the document I could read in the, for example, Ottoman archives were in French. We have some document in Turkish, but in Ottoman Turkish, but mostly in French.
So as we wait for maybe questions and comments, maybe I can ask to Dimitar Tasic. I was wondering about the legal framework for properties in the kingdom. What kind of a context we can talk about with regard to property holding and how that relates to the demands of the people trying to repatriate.
Thank you. So the situation was like this. After the Balkan Wars, the Serbian government proclaimed that if some land is not cultivated for 2 consecutive years, it is going to be confiscated by the state. So in many cases, many landowners, primarily from the south regions of which were annexed after the Balkan Wars, left, not many, not all, but some, and this land was taken into consideration for the colonization. Already after the first Balkan War, there were announcements and people were invited, primarily Serbs from Serbia and abroad, and also other who are interested to come and colonize this land. However, the properties in the cities, like houses and everything, were just sequestrated. They were not confiscated. So legally, these people could actually return and take their possessions in the cities, like these houses and konaks, palace, whatever. But the agricultural land was the one which was considered to be confiscated. Of course, the first Balkan War, the outbreak of the First World War cancelled the whole operation already, but some permits were already issued to some people. There was a legal framework, very detailed, who can actually apply. They had to be without a criminal record, with primarily those who were poor were meant to be sent there, because, you know, people often, because of this kind of demographic boom which was happening all over the place, you know, these lands were considered as good for colonization. And of course also because the Serbian state wanted to press its own agenda in this newly, how they call it, newly associated regions. So the First World War cancelled all of this, but immediately after the war, almost 1919-1920, they actually proclaimed that all prior Serbian laws which were considered for the implementation in the newly associated regions were to be applied again, this time in Yugoslav context, because also people from these new territories, especially from poor lands, because in Austro-Hungarian parts of Yugoslavia, former Austro-Hungarian parts of Yugoslavia, some of them were very, you can say, mountainous and poor, and they also had always this kind of demographic immigrants going elsewhere. For example, Serbia was not the land of emigration, it was land of immigration. Between 1878 and 1908, 400,000 people came to live in Serbia from either Ottoman Empire, either from Montenegro, from Herzegovina, or from Romania. And these lands, which were belonged to Austro-Hungarian Empire, mostly inhabited by South Slavs like Serbs and Croats, were seen as good for resolving the demographic pressure which existed there. A lot of people, little agricultural land. So the regions of northern parts of Vojvodina, for example, and southern parts of Kosovo and Macedonia were seen as very convenient for the settlement of this South Slavic element. And of course, let us not forget, you know, the true outcome of the First World War is rise of national idea, nationalism, and even racism, I must say. So, for example, this the whole Yugoslav idea and the whole idea of Yugoslav state was the strengthening of the South Slavic element. So all others were in a way undesirable. For example, I will just make an example, because, for example, among the Russian immigrants in Yugoslavia, during the 20s and 30s, there was about 3,000 to 4,000 Kalmyks, the people of Mongolian origin. And when the Yugoslav state passed the law on citizenship, they were not considered as convenient, they were not considered at all for naturalization. Only so Slavic Russians and Ukrainians and Belarusians were seen as convenient for naturalization. So, you know, this is kind of global thing at that time.
Yes.
Hi, sorry, just to follow up on what you said, were there Yugoslav Muslims that wanted to immigrate to Turkey, and do you know if they were given permission to do so, like the reverse direction?
Oh yes, but later on in the 20s. At that moment, I'm not aware of the fact that there was massive immigration towards the Turkey, because they were sensing that things were at that moment were not clear, you know. But afterward, in the 20s and 30s, especially after the Yugoslavia and the Republic of Turkey signed some agreements, there was considerable immigration, especially among the ethnic Turks. And some Albanians, of course, but mostly ethnic Turks from this newly associated region emigrated to Turkey, and the second wave was during the 50s also.
And the Turkish Republic accepted?
Yes. It was all arranged in the state, according to the state agreements, but also there was kind of provision in the Yugoslav law of citizenship. The only category of people who were actually forced to show their, you can say, loyalty were the Muslims from the southern regions, because all others were accepted like automatically into the citizenship of Yugoslavia. The others, the Muslims, had to, but in the southern region, not in Bosnia, for example, they had 5 years to express their willingness to stay. If they stay, everything is okay. After 5 years, if they didn't express the willingness to stay, they were forced to leave, which is unusual, which is this kind of negative approach toward your citizenship. And many actually during that period in the early 30s, after this law was passed in 1929, many of them used this provision to actually leave, and they got really quickly got permission to leave. They were erased from all books, including the books of military conscripts and everything, and they were allowed to leave.
Yes. Yes, please.
Now, I have a question for the speaker who made the second presentation. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, Chief Rabbi. How did they meet the Chief Rabbi? And how did the Chief Rabbi, Haim Naum, became a part of the Lausanne delegation? Thank you.
You asked me about Chief Rabbi Naum Effendi, that's why. I don't understand really your question, but
shall I?
Yes.
So the question is, how did Naum Effendi meet Mustafa Kemal and join the Lausanne Convention?
I don't know how it was settled, but I know that Naum Effendi was a really known. He has many contacts from every side, and he was known and a personality, well-known personality, who also was really well introduced in European capital, especially in Paris. He had access to the Quai d'Orsay, to every important people in the Quai d'Orsay. So I think that for Mustafa Kemal, it was really an important asset to have in the Lausanne delegation, because he was a personality who can talk really with people inside the conference and make things a bit easier. So it's basically for the contacts that now Mefendi has in Europe, and I think that that's why it was important for Mustafa Kemal. I don't know if I answered your question as you wanted.
I have another question. Now, we talk about 1912, the Balkan Wars, and how during the wars Muslims had to flee the country, and how they had to come to Asia Minor, and this is what created 1915. Some people allege we learned how to kill from them. This is what some people say. So this is what some writers say. I mean, is this a misunderstanding on my part, or do you think that mass immigration during or after the Balkan Wars played a role in the massacres against the Armenians?
Yeah, I heard about these allegations and claims. It in a way you can say it has good grounds, but I wouldn't go like the picture is always in history not black and white. It's always like gray and very shades of gray. You can say probably in many cases that is the case, but for example, and as you know, we must understand one thing: the first Balkan War was a very short war. It was war, people tend to forget. It was practically the last war of the 19th century. The last war which ended in armistice, which ended in negotiations and signing of peace agreements. Then it started again. It lasted like 3 months, tops. What happened during, but especially after the first Balkan War counts. That is the time where, for example, you have the books, harbor books in Salonika, where you can actually follow the number of immigrants to the Asia Minor. That is, so I think that it is time finally that we leave the Balkan Wars as the wars and to look into them in the more broader context, especially this one which speaks about immigration. For example, Bulgarians already in 1950, when they arrived to Macedonia, they did make a census, and they make detailed account of every region in Macedonia, about the properties and their owners, where they are at that moment and why did they leave, for example. So I think that we're in a good position to slowly maybe demystify some of the claims, but also to maybe to confirm others.
There's a question online coming from Baki Tezcan for Ms. Fry. If she can hear us, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Good. So there's a question which asks about Ottoman Assyrians more generally. If you have come across in your research evidence about Ottoman Assyrians, their situation at this period, and also how they did with regard to deportations.
With regard to what? I couldn't understand
deportations.
Oh, deportations. Okay. Right. Okay, so in the Ottoman areas adjacent to Qajar, Iran, there lived 3 kinds of Assyrians belonging to different denominations and language dialects. In Iraq, which became Iraq, Mesopotamia, there were and still are a large number of Catholic converts from the Church of the East, and they were not affected by deportations at all. However, they were affected by the fact that others from Eastern Turkey and from northwest Iran who survived the genocide came into Iraq, and that created a lot of conflicts eventually for the rest of the 20th century. However, the people who were affected most by deportations were those who lived in the cities like Mardin, Diyarbakir, even Van, and the people who lived in the mountains. These belonged to different denominations. The people who lived in the cities, like Midyat, Mardin, Diyarbakir, and so on, they were highly Armenicized. In other words, many of them associated, intermarried, and worked with American missionaries who focused on Armenian language and Armenian schools. So those people belonged to the Syriac Orthodox Church, and they were very badly affected by the deportations because they were considered as, like the Armenians were, as Christians who were seditious. And so they lost many, many members. Few survived. They were also affected by the 1895-96 massacres. So they had a very difficult time, very similar to that of the Armenians. The third group has perhaps lost the most in terms of its land and its ability to survive, and that was the Mountain Assyrians, which were very closely affiliated with the Assyrians on the in northwest Iran. Those Assyrians in the mountains, the Hakkari Mountains, housed not only Assyrians who were still retained tribal affiliations and still do today among the survivors, but it also was the seat of the Patriarch of the Church of the East. One of his brothers was in Istanbul at the time that the Armenian intellectuals were rounded up, and he disappeared. It was as a punishment to the patriarch, who was mentored in many ways by the British, the Archbishop's mission to the Assyrians. Those Assyrians in the Hakkari region have lost all their presence in Hakkari. They fled, they were killed. Most of the attackers were local Kurds, and those who survived straggled into northwest Iran, from where they also had to flee eventually because the Ottoman army came into there as well. So in terms of deportations, all of the Assyrian regions were affected by the deportations of the war and the genocide. The ones in Mesopotamia were affected because they were flooded with other refugees. The ones in Hakkari were totally dislocated completely. I think there's only one person there now, and he is from Australia, and the churches are all dilapidated. The ones who were living in the cities, however, have maintained a presence. Many of them have immigrated to Europe and support those churches and communities that survive. In the Iran region, the population of Assyrians that was concentrated in northwest Iran and the villages in the map that I showed you, that population, which was the sole population in Iran, is down to about 5,000 people. So those villages have been emptied, as have the Armenian villages, replaced by Muslims from various parts of Azerbaijan. And the Assyrian concentration in Iran is something around 15,000, most of them living in Tehran. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you for your answer. So if there aren't any questions or comments, perhaps we can close this panel. And thank our speakers here and also online, Ms. Fry. Thank you.